Yo. Look.
It's a good setting hits. Three brothers, the most successful singer-songwriters of our time. Going to the page, hell or high
water. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to announce that we are working on a cyberpunk game, but not just a regular cyberpunk game, on the cyberpunk game. That's really important to stress. And the game is based on Mike Pondsmith pen and paper RPG cyberpunk system.
Cyberpunk 2077 was first announced in late May 2012 by CD Projekt co-founder Marcin Owinski during the company's summer conference. This new Cyberpunk game was untitled at the time, simply being referred to as the Cyberpunk game. CD Projekt Red was a somewhat small indie Polish developer back in 2012, with their previous releases The Witcher and The Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings having moderate success in terms of sales and reception. During this period of time, which was still the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 era of gaming, the hype and anticipation were for announced games like Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto 5, Irrational's BioShock Infinite, and Naughty Dog's interesting-looking survival horror title, The Last of Us. In gaming circles, there was also tons of excitement for the inevitable Half-Life 3 from Valve and Fallout 4 from Bethesda. CD Projekt Red in 2012 was simply a blip on a map. Of course, there was a loyal following for their Witcher games, but outside of Poland, this was very much an unknown studio. So when CD Projekt Red first announced this Cyberpunk project, there wasn't a ton of excitement, at least yet. But during the summer conference, CDPR did make some bold promises of what this upcoming Cyberpunk experience would offer players in terms of gameplay and narrative. It was to be a mature RPG, made for a mature audience, set in a futuristic, realistic, and brutal world. It was to
Cyberpunk disappointed so many people. It just disappointed so many people. I mean, I played it all the way through. And I actually enjoyed it. But I mean, there's no denying the game is really broken. I mean, they've been patching it every week since it came out. And people are still not satisfied with the product. So, Project CD Red got some splaining to do. You got some splaining to do. And so they just been trying to apologize and give refunds after, like the dude said, yo, they announced this game in 2012. You guys had 8 years. I ain't gonna lie, like, the longest I've ever worked for one company is 7 years. I know it sounds bad or whatever. I changed a lot of jobs in my earlier years. But there was one company I worked there for 7 years. It was a pretty long stretch. But the developers and everybody at CD Projekt Red, they was working on this game for 8 years. I wish I could work at a company for work on the same project for 8 years, and then when it's released, it's just a flop. It's like, hey, at least I got paid for the last 8 years. All right. Got some food on my belly. I need to. Where the hell is my bud at? I brought my bud up with me. All right. Let me go downstairs and grab some smoke stuff, and I'll be right back.
Feature a grip, non-linear story with comparisons made to the books of William Gibson and Philip K. Dick. It was to have advanced RPG mechanics, variety of different character classes, and a gigantic arsenal of weaponry. But it did not stop just there, as co-founder Marcin Nowinski stated that they were setting up a second internal development team to start early production on this game, and he furthermore made additional promises of innovating and setting a new standard for the futuristic RPG genre in gaming with their Cyberpunk title.
I really promise that we'll deliver a truly outstanding futuristic RPG, setting a totally new standard in the genre, both in terms of the gameplay, but also on the tech side. So it will be a cutting-edge looking game and exceptional in the gameplay with high production values. And I really want to say that we are not making a game for everyone. We are not making art for everybody. We are making a game for a mature audience. So you will get an intelligent, non-linear, gripping game with cutting-edge graphics. Well, what more could you want, guys?
I think it's safe to say at that moment in 2012, there probably was a lot of skepticism for those remarks, as this was a relatively small developer making huge promises at a time when the metaphorical stocks of BioWare and Bethesda Game Studios were through the roof. Two AAA developers which had established themselves as the top dogs of this gaming industry in terms of delivering exceptional fun and unique story-driven role-playing games. Now, during the summer conference reveal event, CD Projekt also brought out and announced that Cyberpunk creator Mike Pondsmith would be assisting in the development of this game. Pondsmith would explain the decision to partner up and work with CDPR on bringing his Cyberpunk franchise to the video game world.
Now, the thing is that's really hard to translate because you can't just make a gun and run game. You need to find a way to get that feeling. And for many, many years, we kind of despaired of ever finding a company that could help us do that, could pull that off. And when we were contacted by CD Projekt Red, we saw Witcher and Witcher 2. We said, yeah, these guys can do it. They can get that maturity, they can get that danger, they can get that romance, they can get that dystopian feel all in one place. And we've been looking forward to that, as with fans all around the world of Cyberpunk. They've been waiting for that. Now we're going to get it.
While CDPR was somewhat scarce on details of their new Cyberpunk game when unveiling it, not long after, in October of 2012, we would get an official title, Cyberpunk 2077. Then, just a few months later, the first teaser trailer would drop, one that received a lot of attention. Millions watched with curiosity, blown away by the visuals, and also very much interested in seeing what the CGI footage would evolve into. Overall, the intention of this teaser was to bring interest from gamers, but also potential talent that could contribute to the development of the ambitious Cyberpunk 2077. The teaser hinted at some aspects of the game, such as the setting of Night City, but also the vibe and vision that CDPR had for the story-driven RPG, with a focus being put on Night City's special police unit, MaxTac.
Bruh, I cannot find my bag of bud. Fucking can't believe this shit. How I misplaced my weed. I think my girl probably picked it up, thinking it was hers, and it's not. I don't see that shit nowhere. It's all good. Dude. But anyway, this morning we will be starting a commission. We'll be doing a commission painting. I wonder where the fuck my weed is at. Good afternoon, everyone. Trying to fucking think, yeah. Let me go look somewhere else real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, yeah. I done looked everywhere. She had to take that shit, man. What up, though? Alright. Fuck. That's ridiculous. So, oh yeah, new commission work, new commission. So, a high school classmate of mine, yeah, so a high school classmate of mine, um, unfortunately, her grandmother recently passed away, and then, beautifully, unfortunately, she had a child around the same time. Or, well, I think she said that she found out she was pregnant the same day her grandmother passed, which is crazy. I can't imagine, like, the up and down emotions. And she said her grandmother was a very, very important person in her life. And now her daughter is probably the most important thing in her life. And she hates the fact that her grandmother was never able to meet her daughter. So she wants me to take a picture of her grandmother and a picture of her daughter and put them together to make it as if they're in the photograph, as if grandma is holding the great grandbaby. So I have some pictures here, and I'm gonna try to merge these the best that I can, and hopefully it'll come out looking real nice. But that's gonna be my project for the next couple weeks while I work on that. And so I'm gonna, set my stuff to the side until this is done. So I already got started with the sketch earlier. So we'll be drawing up this canvas some more here shortly. I'm gonna take this off the easel. This piece is coming along nice. I'm gonna pull that down for a while, and that'll give me some time to come up with some more quiz questions for you guys. Quiz question challenges, the art challenge for people to get a saying written on the canvas, whatever you want. So we have to get back to that soon. Um, but this should be an interesting project. Merging two photographs together is not easy, to say the least, but to try to make it look natural like it was one photograph, it's not easy. So, and it all depends on the reference sources too. But these two pictures look like they should work fairly well together. So we're just hoping for the best here. Um, I'm kind of fucked up right now, yo. I misplaced something. I know I had it this morning. I know where it's at. All right, I'll be right back. I think I know where I put it. Haha. Found it. Alright. Short-term memory is fucking shot. No, it's not even a joke. Short-term memory shot to shit. Yo, happy another year. Everybody made it around the sun one more time. You know what I'm saying? My main man, Art in the Dark. Yo, peace, love, and prosperity for the next 364 days, 63 days or whatever. You know? Boozy, what a doozy. The older you get, the faster a year goes by, yo. It's all about the perception of time. When you're a child and you're 5 years old, you've only had 5 years of life. So 1 year is, 1/5 of your lifespan. So it just seems like forever for that 1 year to go by. But as soon as you get like 30, 40, 1 year is only, like a small percentage of the time you've been alive. So that shit just go by way faster. Like a year doesn't seem as long anymore. Just in time for aliens underwater. You're not talking about that deep blue hole that's in the bottom of the ocean. Motherfuckers talking about they going down in that shit. I watched Greenland last night. I should have watched that shit. And then you start thinking like, okay, now what can happen? And then you watch a movie like Greenland is like, oh, that could happen. that could actually happen. Shit. Yeah. I don't know, man. Rogan's IG pic. Do I follow Rogan on Instagram? I seen some other shit too, yo. A motherfucker crashed the car on the highway trying to look at something in the sky, yo. Had these weird ass lights and trails in the sky again. I remember a while they was saying that shit a lot in Cali. Don't holler when they text you. You better send me the address and the code, nigga. Joe Rogan has 11 million followers. FAA notified after large blue UFO seen above Oahu. What? A is OAHU appeared to drop into the ocean. That's an island in Hawaii. Who? Yeah, in Hawaii. I can't find it on YouTube right now. Oh, that's where Waikiki is at. Okay. But this is an older clip, but that trail in the sky right there, it was seen again recently, like this week. A couple people recorded another one of these right here. And like I say, the last time they were all in like Cali, people were seeing these streams in the sky, and somebody got a clip. Somebody just has their drive cam on, and going down the highway, you can see the thing in the sky, and then in the lane over next to the who's ever recording, the lane right next to them, you see two cars getting in an accident, like just fucking hit each other on the highway. Everybody's doing like 65, 70. These two cars smack each other because they were trying to pay attention to what the fuck was in the sky and not pay attention to the road, yo. Nanu nanu. Mort from Orc. You're showing your age, Art. You're showing your age, man. Nanu nanu. I'm trying to Google this shit. FAA notified. Well, December 31st, 2020 at 10:19 p.m. Eastern was the last update. Honolulu. An unidentified flying object spotted in the evening skies over leeward Oahu promoted witnesses to call 911 on Tuesday. The sighting happened about 8:30 p.m. There were multiple videos of what appears to be a glowing oblong mass both in the sky and in the water. Officials from the Federal Aviation Administration says there were no aircraft incidents or accidents in the area at the time, but multiple witnesses reported seeing a large blue object fall out of the sky and into the ocean. In one video, a woman can be heard saying, "Something is in the sky. What is it?" Miss Mistina Sate told Hawaii News Now she captured the image at 8:26 p.m. near Halalekoa Ave in Nanakuli. Not long after, a woman named Morsha spotted what looked like the same object passing over Princess Kauanu Estates. I looked up and then I was like, oh shit, she said. I started calling my husband, and then because they were all in the garage, I was like, hey, come look up here. See if you see what I see. They all said, yeah. The 38-year-old says she's never really been a believer in UFOs, but the bright blue object had them so intrigued they jumped in the car and started following it. I don't know what it was, she said. This was going so fast. The journey ended less than 3 miles from where it began, she says. They stopped the car on Ferreting Highway in front of the Board of Water Supply building after the object appeared to drop into the ocean. I want to see this with the video. I did not see that in the COVID bill. Need a tin roof. Need a tin for a roof looking ass. What took place in Colorado? Mork and Mindy? Mork and Mindy was in Colorado? Or what? The stream of light in the sky that was in Colorado? Man, I was reading so much I missed the comments. I gotta find a video for this shit. UFO in whatever this thing is. 2 months ago, 17 hours ago. UFO recorded in Hawaii, December 3rd, witnessed by multiple sources. Okay, it's 4 minutes and 6 seconds long right here. I got a video.
UFO news update. According to Hawaii News Now, around 8:26 p.m. December 30th, a large glowing blue object was seen by multiple.
Yeah, I'm from South Carolina, Devin. I'm from I'm from Hartsville. I used to live in Florence for a long time though, but where I grew up and went to like elementary and middle school, I was in Hartsville, South Carolina. But the last time I lived there, I lived in Florence for the last 7 or 8 years. I was in South Carolina. I was right there in Florence. So where in South Carolina, where did you record in Newberry? I know where that's at. You, what did you record it on? Your phone, your girlfriend's phone, or did you ever post it anywhere? You got social media, bro? I'll follow you if you ever posted it on social media or something. I like seeing some shit like that. Do I believe that aliens, shape shifting lizards from the fifth dimension, the hollow moon are here trying to manipulate the global elite to create a blue blood lineage? I don't know. I don't know. But hey, I know for a fact, people be saying shit that's unidentified and it's flying. So I thought I saw some shit when I was a kid. Phone, Devin, we gotta figure out a way for you to let me see that shit. It looked like a cross. Oh my god. Hannibal. That's messed up. Robert was really called back to Orc. It has returned looking ass. Mork and Mindy. I didn't know that took place in Colorado. Yo, this motherfucker don't know everything about his state. Yeah, if my man don't know everything about his state. Like a drone, but way bigger. Did you hear it? Did it make any noise? Was it bright? Did it have like tons of lights on it? You already know. Shift, you know, mentally and physically. You know what I'm saying? I ain't I ain't get the name OG Teapot for no reason. You know what I'm saying? You don't get names like that shit just being normal, being average. Anybody gonna call you OG Teapot? Bright ass lights, it zoomed off instantly with no sound. No helicopter propellers, no jet engines. I know what a plane sound like. I know even little drones make noises. Helicopters make this shit was something different, nigga. I don't know what it was. That shit moved fast and it was silent. But at least you got some damn proof to show people. You know what I'm saying? You can tell the story. Man, what happened? No. Look, here. Look, play. It's there. You know? What the fuck is it? Hey, Russians, the Chinese, and maybe our black ops programs. I don't know what the fuck it was. That shit ain't make no noise though. And it wasn't no drone. It was big as shit. It was bright as fuck. And now they over in Hawaii got some shit going in the ocean. Yeah, that sounds crazy, yo.
In different locations, witnessing the object both in the sky and in the water. According to Hawaii News Now, officials from the Federal Aviation Administration say there were no aircraft incidents or accidents in the area at the time, but multiple witnesses reported seeing a large blue object fall out of the sky and into the ocean where it dropped out of sight. One witness, Mesitina Sape, recorded the unidentified aerial phenomenon and followed it for about 3 miles before it reportedly landed in the water. Hawaii News Now said they talked to Honolulu police, who had received reports about the UFO, and a spokesperson from the police department said they didn't have any information on what it was. Federal Aviation Administration spokesperson Ian Gregor said the agency did receive a report from the Honolulu police, but they hadn't found any aircraft had fallen off the radars.
Man, see, I freaked out. Yo, that shit was like something I ain't never seen before. I tried to zoom in and shit zoomed off too quick. Hannibal, the comedian? Or is it the, not Hannibal Lecter? I think about Hannibal the comedian. My back kind of stiff. Bro, and I'm getting stronger. My foot getting back right. I started looking into going back to the gym, man, I Googled my gym to see what their hours were. Temporarily closed down. Temporarily closed down. Soon as I'm getting healthy enough, I can go back and start working out. Hmm? Yeah, do you think about it constantly after you've seen some shit like that? Like when I saw some shit, I was a kid, man. I was still in high school and I was at school, and it was just like, I don't know, it was during class, but I was like walking across the campus, and I just look up and I saw some shit, yo, and it was like a little silver. It looked like a silver orb, like a ball, a sphere, and it was just like floating there. And I called one of the homies, and the homie saw that shit, yo. And then we ran in the building to go tell the teachers, and we came back, and the shit been gone, yo. So me and one other person saw it. This dude, Joe Arnold. Me and Joe weren't never like the best of friends. And after high school, like I dropped out of high school, everybody else went to college. We all grown. I'll never forget Joe Arnold though, cause I remember that fucking day. Like me and him, we saw some shit in the fucking sky, yo. Like we saw that shit. It was. I saw it. I said, yo, he's like, yo, and then he saw it. And then we look at each other. We ran in the building. He's like, yo, told the teacher, like, yo, come look at this outside, yo. Came back, shit been gone. Yeah, we all need to get back into lifting. I got weights here, but it ain't enough, man. And then plus, I can't do a lot of leg exercises like I need to strengthen my ankle and my calf back up. So I'm really anxious to get back in the gym so I can really work these muscles and get back normal. Oh, I'm right here, bro. You saw the title bar right here, yeah. You can go to my Instagram or my Facebook at Paintings by the Prince. You can find me on everything at Paintings by the Prince. This is all my social media right here. Facebook, Instagram, Tumblr, Twitter. I want to see that shit, and you don't mind if I show it to the viewers as well. Thanks for jumping in the stream, Devin. I don't know if this is your first time in my stream, but appreciate you coming through, checking it out. Like I say, this is art and education. Everything is on the table for conversation, yo. You know what I'm saying? We can all learn a little bit about anything, about something, you know, from anybody. They say you can learn a lot from a dummy, so you never look a gift horse in the mouth and all that good jazz. So I try to give out as much information as I can, uh, that I know is factual, and I try to get as much information and stuff from the viewers as I can, so I can learn shit. Cause I learned a lot of shit from people coming in my stream, yo. You know, so appreciate you stopping by. Hey, appreciate you wanting to share this shit, cause yo, I would have show everybody else too. We about to see some live, legit footage of some shit, yo. You know, crazy world, yo, crazy world. And then Art said that if you look deeper into the COVID bill, there's a clause in there or a portion of it that sets aside 180 days for the government to do some more UFO disclosure. They did it last year, where the Pentagon released some footage from our Air Force that was already older. I mean, it's years old now. I think the footage was like 3-4 years old at least, of pilots, United States Air Force pilots engaging with something what the Pentagon describes as not from this world. The Pentagon said we did not make this thing, and the way that it maneuvers completely defy physics as we understand it. You know, it doesn't seem like it didn't move in a manner that would appear to be capable of being piloted by a human. It moved that weird, yo. And so the Pentagon did disclose that. They actually released 2 short videos, and they said they're going to continue to kind of, spoon feed us the shit that they've been holding back forever. So, are we being visited by extraterrestrials? It's such a weird thing, man. Like, once you study the Fermi paradox, and we can only think in terms of human existence and human habits and the naturalistic ways that, we've evolved over time. And so even to imagine what a alien being, how their train of thought and their processes would work, like it's fucking weird as shit. But one main thing that a lot of skeptics say, myself included, is if a race of beings evolve intelligence and were able to figure out how to traverse the solar system, why would they hide? Or even with Roswell, with the crash landing, your technology is great enough to traverse the solar system, to travel light years, and then you make it somewhere and crash. just doesn't seem logical. You're able to travel from one star system to another star system, and when you get here, you make crop circles, or you abduct people and put implants in them and send them back. I mean, it just seems like if you have the technology to traverse the stars, then you would make your presence known and assert your dominance and superiority, and just say, hey, this is what it is, we're here. And whether they're good or bad, it's like, I don't know, I think it'd be hard to hide extraterrestrials this well. Once again, but people we see all kind of shit all the time and can't explain that shit. But the government can't hide it no more. So. You sent it to my Facebook Messenger? Yep, Mr. Devin. This man looked like a model.
That shit just stopped right there.
It stopped right there. What the fuck?
Yo, what the fuck is that? Holy shit.
It's moving.
Oh. Yo, what the fuck is that? Hold on, I'm finna call for break.
Yo. So it's hard to see, but there's a, damn it. Let me try to get it better. Come on, camera, stop playing. I got company in here. but you can see the light right there. This is the play button, but right above the play button, you see the light right there, yo. You can see that shit plain as day. And you can hear like true emotion in their voice. These motherfuckers is not faking this shit. You know what I'm saying? They are genuinely surprised and stunned at like, what the fuck is this? Yo, you know, they are genuinely shocked at what they're seeing right now.
That shit just stopped right
It
there.
stopped right there. What the fuck?
Yo, what the fuck is that? Holy shit.
It's moving.
Oh! Yo, what the fuck is that?
It's flashing.
Hold on, I'm finna call Uncle Brandon.
He got scared. He about to call his uncle. Yo, I gotta call somebody. And then by the time he put the phone back, that shit been gone.
That shit just...
Hey, I see it too, bruh.
Yo, what the...
I seen it. I seen it. He got it on camera. Y'all seen it, right? Yo, that was legit, yo. Yeah, that's not... And I can imagine, like, you have to notice it before you actually record it. So you chilling, whatever, smoking, drinking, ba-da-da-da, whoa, what the fuck is... Yo, what the fuck is that? Yo, what the fuck is that? Oh my God, you see that shit? I wouldn't be able to sleep for weeks. Yo, that's crazy. Intelligent Authorization Act says 180 days for UFO info.
The Department of Defense and Pentagon to immediately begin the process necessary to establish a Space Force as the sixth branch of the armed forces. That's a big statement.
That's old, though.
We are going to have the Air Force.
Okay, well, I thought that was, but that says from 2 days ago. The Pentagon has 180 days to disclose UFO information. It's hard to imagine other times in American history where the fact could be overshadowed by bigger news. This is December 30th, 2020. A lot is happening fast in the federal government. Leaders in the United States has had to come to an agreement on how to distribute vaccines, how to get the American people through the remaining months of the pandemic and still attend to normal business of creating legislation that keeps the country funded. The business was handled Sunday when President Trump signed a $2.3 trillion COVID-19 relief and federal funding bill, but there was one odd item included as a committee comment attached to the Annual Intelligence Authorization Act, which was rolled into the 5,593-page bill. By order of the Senate, the bill includes language that directs the Director of National Intelligence to submit a report within 180 days of the enactment of the act to the Congressional Intelligence and Armed Services Committee on Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon. In plain words, the Pentagon has 180 days to turn over all information it has on UFOs. It's hard to imagine other times in American history where that was how they started. However, it's been debated over how much money should go to households, the various looming deadlines on agreement and ongoing contests of election results. There hasn't been much bandwidth with this item. Estimating that information from the report, if any, will make its way to American people is a challenge. In part, that's because there is little else to compare this order in terms of precedent. Still beyond everything we already know to expect and everything else that will crop up between now and 180 days from now, there is one more piece of news that will make the start of 2021 interesting. And then it cuts off right there. What's the... Well, yeah, that's crazy. No, honestly, from the video, I can't. Can I zoom in on the video? Oh, I can. I can zoom in on the video.
That shit just stopped right there.
It stopped right there. What the fuck?
Yo, what the fuck is that? Holy
I kinda can't see like what you're saying, bro. Pause it. I see like it's kind of I mean it's handheld footage, so it's jerky, but like if you pause it and just scroll frame by frame, like in this one frame, it does. Damn it, I can't just stop right. Nope, right there. Damn it, and then I pick my finger up, it goes back one. Stop right there. It I can see what you're saying, bro. It does have like a cross, like. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Interesting to say the least. You know what I'm saying? That's some pretty interesting stuff there, bro. And when you say you saw this? Oh, New Year's night. That's crazy. Happy New Year's, motherfucking aliens. Oh, I'm so happy 2020 is over. Aliens. Underwater aliens. In Hawaii, cross-shaped saucers in South Carolina. Oh my God. I can't call it, people. I can't. I don't know. I can't call it. That's wild. That's some wild stuff. You know? So, alright, yeah, what we're gonna do is start sketching up this canvas. Ain't that a great way to start the year off? Yo, all the new viewers in the stream, make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. This piece right here is done on the floor right here with all the writing on it. I thought it was a pretty cool concept. This is actually like a group effort. I had a lot of different people write different sayings on there, or tell me what to write on the canvas by answering questions. And so here's part 2 to this series here. And so I will be asking the viewers quiz questions about art. And if you answer the question correctly, you get to write something on the canvas. But we're going to have to take this project down for a couple weeks, and we'll get back to this so we can finish sketching up this next canvas for a commission project I'll be working on. But yeah, stay tuned for more quiz challenge questions to get something written on this canvas here. I'm definitely going to write some aliens on there somewhere. Draw a little Martian on this junk. You know what I'm saying? We X'd out 2020 because nothing lasts forever. You know, universal peace and mind elevation. So, and don't forget, follow the white rabbit. So we'll get back to this piece shortly. But in the meantime, let's swap this thing out. For a new project. Always stay with the new. And who knew that the new was the voodoo? That's how I like it. Studio full of art. So man, I was out there looking at the neighbor fireworks. Chilling, you know what I'm saying? It's chilling. It's New Year's, baby. Chilling, blow, drinking, having me a drink, fireworks. All of a sudden, everything stopped. Everything. And I look up, it was one light. The shit been moving. Then that shit just like, phew, and fucking disappeared. I only got it on camera for like 25 seconds, but I seen that shit. My girl seen that shit. Some of the neighbors saw that shit. I called my uncle. He saw that shit. It was like 12:15. New Year's. You know what I'm saying? 2021. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a bright cross in the sky. You know? Shit look crazy. It looked so crazy I had to record that shit. Alright, this should be a good one. Let me pull these pictures out. I got some pictures so I can paint. I can paint. I got some pictures so I can paint. Oh yeah. Oh, let me put this one away. I'm not gonna be using this picture for a while. Oi, oi. Art and education. Trump said, yo, Pentagon, you got 180 days. I need to see something. Or else, we cutting some funding. I know y'all know about the aliens, man. The Anunnaki, the tall whites, the small grays, big head and big eye. I know y'all know about these, man. Yo, 180 days. I need some documentation. From the Air Force, the Navy, whoever seen something. Lieutenant such and such made a report. I need to know about that. What he said he saw. It was flying. It was glowing. It was shaped like a cross. Oh, we need to know this. 180 days, Pentagon. And then what though? If they really do like, for real, if they really do say, okay, like the one guy, Bob Lazar, you know, says that he saw people trying to reverse engineer a saucer or a spacecraft that wasn't. Okay. So what if this shit is really real? Oh, and it is, and the one guy. Oh man, like when I was really deep on my alien stuff, y'all watched this one guy give a lecture, and he said he worked at some black project for the government with aliens, and he worked alongside an alien for years, and I said that's where we got a lot of our technology from this alien that they had captured and, forced to, get information from or some shit. And then he said there was an incident where the alien had some type of weapon, and he saw the alien shoot some guy. I guess he was trying to get away, or it was some kind of confrontation, and the alien had like a laser blaster or some shit, and he shot this guy, and he was like, the dude just basically disintegrated. I'm like, really, bro? Aliens been working with the government for 80 years, and they got laser blasters and shit. But I don't know, like, what if it's real? I mean, what does that mean for humanity, for human civilization? And I don't know if it is real. And they're like, oh, we do have technology, and we've just been holding things back, when in reality we can already be like making warp drives and wormholes and all kind of shit. I don't know. 180 days for the Pentagon to disclose all the information they have on UFOs and UFO activity and all that shit. That's some weird shit, and it's actually written down as a part of the COVID-19 relief bill. We're living in some weird times, people. I mean, I don't know what else. It's just this is some weird stuff.
Or missing on that day. I did put the link to a clip that I was able to post from Luis Elizondo, who was the former head of ATIP, the ATIP program that the Pentagon had regard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 2021, give me your best shot. Give me everything you got, yo. Yo, 2020 just gave me a extra layer of skin, yo. I just got a little tougher, that's all, you know what I'm saying? Come on, 2021. Aliens? Underwater aliens, that's the best you can do? Huh? That's it? Come on, man, give me something better than that. Something better than some underwater aliens, man. I need Godzilla. I need y'all to pull Nessie out of the lock. I need all that this year. Come on. Give it to me.
To make FanDuel Sportsbook's risk-free first bet even less easy, we got all pros in this wheel to compare us food safety perspective on the bets.
Do you think I could have a bite yet?
But you have an experience.
Are gyms open out here?
Yeah, you work out.
I can't work out. My gyms are closed.
People in LA haven't been able to work out since the original thing.
It's gonna be over a year. They're treating everybody babies. This is what it is, man. They're treating everybody like you're not allowed to make your own decisions, including business.
He said 2021, man. You got that 2020. You got that. It's like the world took an L, yo. L. How the whole world took an L? Like, damn. 2021, that one. You know, individually, you know, some people had some successes, but as a global population, yo, we took an L, a major L, yo. Oh wow. Oh my God. Shit. I gotta get some better pencils, man. These pencils are cheap as hell, yo. Oh. You say 2021. I don't think so, bro. I really don't think so. That would be good for us as a global society. No. I don't know. It'll destroy most denominations of religion because that shit is out the door. Are you gonna have to like rewrite a hell of a lot of that shit? You know. So that's one. For two, just the panic that would be there, you know. I don't think humans are ready to hear that, you know, we're not the dominant species. We're not the most intelligent things in creation. I don't think government disclosure would be good at all. Not in the slightest.
Is to spend a ton of money opening up these outdoor cafes and outdoor restaurants, and then they don't even supply any science. There's not even they are essentially autocrats, right? They're a dictator. They come in, they tell you what they're going to close, what they're not going to close. They don't have to show. There's an overwhelming body of evidence that shows that all this is spreading from yoga studios. We have to stop yoga.
Right.
And even then, it'd be like, okay, inside yoga's bad, but what about park yoga? Is that okay? Is it okay to do parking lot yoga? I think there's no data. So you have these people that are idiots. They're so dumb they keep getting busted going on vacation when they're telling everybody to stay home.
Yeah.
The mayor of Austin told people it's not time to relax while he was in Cabo. you know how crazy that is? To go to Cabo and be in a condo in Cabo. Go, listen, we can't relax. Like, don't travel. Stay away from people. All right. Take care. Sets off a song. Da, 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 da. They're partying. Gavin Newsom eating fucking dinner at a fancy restaurant in Napa with his friend. No social distancing, no masks, right on top of each other, doors closed, indoors. There's a roof, there's a door shut, there's a glass window. I mean, maybe there was like a part of that door where you could open up and you can go outside. That's not indoors, bitch.
Yeah.
Or that's not outdoors. Outdoors is no roof over your head. You don't have a fucking chandelier outdoors. Outdoors, you see sky.
Right.
That's outdoors, you fuck. You can't have a roof and a chandelier and say I'm eating outdoors. That's a lie.
Yeah.
You're lying.
But look out the window. Yeah.
Bro, the fucking mayor of Chicago, same thing. Gets busted getting her haircut. These people are gross.
Yeah.
They're gross. They keep getting busted doing the things they're trying to tell people not to do. And I don't know why they don't think they're going to get caught. They keep getting caught. It's crazy. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. There's got to be a better way to do this that allows people to keep their businesses open, stay healthy, go outside.
I eat 100% of my meals out. I have a weird, lifestyle. I don't eat home. And we made friends with some of these people these past few months. I found some new restaurants and things like that. And once you make friends with them and you talk to them a bit, they end up sharing with you like, oh yeah, this, but we're, really struggling. We're on our last leg. My father, who owned a restaurant for 30 years, closed it in June. It's already some other corporate janky. Someone tagged me in a picture.
Your dad in Ohio?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, closed his Italian restaurant.
How long did he own that restaurant for?
Almost 30 years. It was his entire life. He would hang out with people at the bar until 1, 2, 3 a.m. and he would start making the sauce and stuff at 5 or 6. He would sleep for a couple.
Religion and government. Just imagine how much control those two have over people. If they don't kill everybody, it might be okay. That's the thing too. Is like even with the government. And like I say, the paranoia behind it, because if these are interstellar beings, once again, how did they get here? Is their technology that much more superior than ours? Where, once again, the one little clip that the Pentagon did put out, the pilot of that jet could barely track this motherfucking thing. It got a track on it and got it in frame of the camera, but they couldn't catch up with that shit. And so it's if they are bad things, would our military even be able to stop these shits, whatever they are? You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers fly in the air and go underwater. What the fuck? We would. I'm pretty sure nations would definitely lose some kind of hope in their military if shit ever hit the fan, like you say. And then the thing too, if they're here, how long have they been here? What do they want? Why haven't they publicly made themselves known? And once again, if they're more intelligent and superior than us, then why do they even agree to follow our rules and stay hidden for however long they've been here? Or or have they been here before mankind? Because that's kind of like the Anunnaki theory, that the ancient alien theory is that they've been here since antiquity and just find ways to stay out of sight. But still, that's hard to believe too, Bigfoot and everything else. If these shits are real, don't you think we would have seen them by now? So, I don't know. I'm definitely going to keep up with this Intelligence Authorization Act that the Pentagon got to bend the knee and show us something. You got to tell me something, yo. I mean, y'all got something popping over here. I want to know what's good, bruh. But the simple fact that even today, with as much hype and publicity and conspiracy theories that are behind Area 51, even today, if you try to go out there, these motherfuckers will shoot and kill you. So, it's always, you just got to look at both, stay really skeptical, but look at both sides of it. What are you hiding that's so important that you would be willing to kill an American citizen for crossing this military line, yo? What is in there? So I always stay inquisitive about stuff like this. If I don't know. And if they say, "Oh yeah, aliens are here and they've been here for a while," like, would I be completely surprised? I don't know. I don't know, man. Like I done read everything from Zachariah Stinson to David Icke, listening to even Elon Musk talks about the probabilities of alien life and that we're living in a simulated reality. And so, I mean, who knows? Who the hell knows? I just say I don't know until, somebody can convince me. I've seen some shit before, like I said, but that even me personally seeing something hasn't convinced me that aliens walk among us, and high level government officials have real deep knowledge of alien physiology and all this other shit. Like I haven't been convinced of that. And my man just sent me a video of some shit that he don't know what it was. I don't know what that shit is either. You know what I'm saying? All I know is some crazy looking shit in the goddamn sky. But that's it. Like, is aliens controlling that? I don't know. I don't know. It'd be cool as hell if it was, though. You know what I'm saying? Some Dragon Ball Z might be Goku up there. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing too. If what would be our motive? And once again, I'm a really big follower of Elon Musk. I try to listen to everything he says because this dude is like, he's our Nikola Tesla. He's our Einstein of this generation. But his whole thing with everything that he does, and the biggest thing he's known for is Tesla, the cars. But he says even his car company is to make enough money to put towards SpaceX. Everything he does is to fund his space program. Everything. And he's doing this because he feels like the human species needs to be multi-planetary. Once again, I just watched Greenland. What if something, not even us, what if some just natural cosmic calamity fucks up this planet? What are we gonna do? We got all our eggs in one basket. And Elon Musk says the best way for humanity to have assurance that we will continue on, millennia into the future, is we have to get off the one planet. We need to be elsewhere. And I would think that would be the motive for any species that acquired, high enough intelligence to create technology to understand physics to where they can leave the surface of their home world, and then to expand that understanding greater to traverse the stars, just to expand, to make their genetic code as abundant in their universe as possible. So if they leave their home world, I can imagine it's only looking for resources, or looking for other habitable planets where they can, once again, like progenerate their fucking genetics. They've been here undercover. I'm convinced of it. I feel you, bro. Trust me, I was all the way there too. I think it's just easy to say I don't know now. You know, I don't know. I was absolutely convinced at one point. The ancient alien theory had me that they're not here now, but maybe they were here in previous times, and so far back in history that we can't remember, and that's where we get all of our gods and the mighty ones and these stories and legends of individuals and beings who could do like really crazy stuff. Like, who were these people? Where did this power come from? And then when you look at ancient megalithic structures, like, who carved these things, and where did they get this knowledge and understanding from? You know, it's a bunch of weird shit when you start looking at prehistory, and it just seems hard for Stone Age men to have constructed Gobekli Tepe, or to have constructed Teotihuacan and Tiwanaku, or the Giza Plateau, or the heads of Easter Island. It's just Pumapunku. Like, some of these places just look crazy. The temple at Baalbek. It just doesn't seem like humans could have done such things. And if they did, it's like, okay, so where did this knowledge come from? Where did this understanding of construction and building come from? Why do they have to be looking for anything but intelligent? um, that's true too. Once again, even when you look at humans, we explore. I mean, we've explored the majority of our planet just to do it. Just to do that shit, just to see what's there. But at the same time, through exploration, we see different aspects that we can utilize and take advantage of. And so exploration always leads to something more. It always, the scientists always come after the explorers. The scientist always comes after the explorers. And it just seems like I don't know. Like I say, to travel the cosmos just only for exploration doesn't seem like a logical thing. Even damn, I can't think of dude's name now. Old boy in a wheelchair. He was like, he don't think we would really want to meet aliens. Like, more than likely, they wouldn't have our best interests in mind, especially like being so much more intelligent. It's just like, Yeah, and that's the thing. If they're superior, it's just I think Neil deGrasse Tyson gave the like a hypothetical where uh humans build roads, we build highways and streets and stuff like that, and when we go up upon constructing a roadway and there's an ant mound in the way, we don't hate the ants, and we don't have any real malintention against the ants or their ant mound, but we're gonna knock that shit over and completely disregard them so we can do what we want to do. And a more highly intelligent species would probably see us the same way. They would see us as, not as directly having some type of hate towards us, but being so insignificant that our existence probably wouldn't even matter. And if they needed resources or whatever, they would just take that shit. Just like the day the earth stood still. I never saw the original one, and I only saw the remake one time with Keanu Reeves, but the main premise to that movie was there's only but so many habitable planets in each, solar system. And a different race of beings figured out that, hey, the most intelligent life form on this planet is fucking the planet up with pollution and war and, fucking up the water and all kind of shit. And so the aliens came here and told us, like, look, they told us there's not a lot of planets that people can live on. And it's either you guys get your act together and take care of this planet, or we will eradicate you and we'll put some people here that will take care of the planet and, keep it up and not fucking pollute the shit. And so once again, any beings of higher intelligence would see like how childlike we still are, and probably wouldn't want to fucking work with us at all. I mean, shit, we still burn fossil fuels for energy and go to war with nuclear weapons. Like, who the fuck wants to fuck with us? Or who wants to teach us what the fuck they know when we're just dangerous ass little kids who still ain't got our own shit together yet? There is this one book I read as a kid. It was a series of books. I think the first one was So My Teacher Fried My Brains. And then I think part 2 was like, So My Teacher is a Space Alien. But it's basically that this kid finds out that his teacher is an alien, and he's like asking the same questions, like, so why don't y'all just make yourselves known and like help us do better? And that was the reason, is like, humans are barbarians and you're too childlike and you're not ready for the information that the rest of the galactic civilization know. Like, there's tons of planets out there with tons of different races who know shit. And you have to reach a certain level of civilization before they let you into this galactic council. And humans aren't ready yet because we still go to war and do dumb shit like that, pollute our planet. The ant mound isn't important. They may need us, seriously, and that's something too. Like, you never know. I mean, there's so many possibilities, bro. So many possibilities. If they do exist, is one. If there is a highly intelligent, life form besides humans, that's one possibility. Then you take it a step further. Are these intelligent beings? Have they visited our solar system? Have they interacted with modern humans? You know, and are they currently here? So it's like tons of levels to that shit. But all of it is very, very interesting. And like I said, there's so many possibilities, yo, of what the truth is, just because we all know for a fact that our government lies to us. They lie so fucking blatantly, it's ridiculous. And do it with a happy face too, yo. I swear, but that's what government does. You know, they just lie to the people, try to keep us in the dark about a lot of shit. And so you gotta take everything they say with a grain of salt. Oh, there's no aliens. Really? Really? Ah, yeah. You can trust me. Trust you, government. Okay. Oh, there's nothing going on at Area 51 for anyone to be concerned about. Oh, really? There isn't? No. But if you come there, we'll shoot you on sight. Because we don't want you to see the stuff that's not really important anyway. Oh, I get it. So, let's see. I'm not gonna completely take that shit off the pages, because I listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson a lot too, and he says, you know, they're mathematically, you know, it's almost impossible for there not to be other intelligent life. Wow, why do I just... Yo, I really need to get a new pencil sharpener, yo. This shit just pisses me off so bad. I eat up a whole pencil just trying to get a half a fucking lead point on there. Because I think there's a piece of lead stuck in the inside the pencil sharpener, and I can't get it out. And so now I can't, like, sharpen a pencil all the way. So I'm going to try and find... Where's my mechanical pencil at? Not that one. I say, bro, I don't trust our government. I don't vote for none of these. Well, recently I have started back voting locally. But like all these high level the federal government officials, man, fuck all them motherfuckers, man. Them bitches gonna lie, and they gonna lie their ass off. Yeah, cause that's part of their damn job. Yeah, I know the paintings you're talking about. Got the flying saucer in there. Since we can't like go back and talk to the artist who painted that shit, I mean, we don't really know how they interpret it. That shit looks like a flying saucer. You know what I'm saying? Even you can look at some of the Mayan art, and it looks like they have this one depiction of a guy who's sitting inside a spacecraft, and he has a spacesuit and a helmet on. Yo, I really can't find my mechanical pencil. I had this one good pencil. Oh my god. I didn't know those were. Alright. It's probably downstairs somewhere. Shit, man. I'm gonna just have to deal with this raggedy ass pencil sharpener. You know what? Yo. You know what? Fuck that that electric pencil sharpener. I got the old school. Yep. Yep. Just like that. Oh, like I said, I've seen some stuff for myself, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. I've seen some shit. It still just make me feel like I don't know. You know? I really believe I've seen something that I can't explain what it was. And for me, that shit was in broad daylight, bro. That shit was in broad daylight. And it's just like, what was that? You know? I don't know what that was. But we know your video is 100% legit. That shit is legit. It's a motherfucker. Hey, I'm gonna play it again real quick for everybody who ain't seen the video. Hey, my man Devin. Yo, my man Devin sent me a video of a flying saucer, yo. Not a flying saucer, unidentified flying object. And, you know, we don't know what this thing is, but it was there. Because he got the shit on camera.
It stopped right there. What the fuck?
Yo, what the fuck is that? Holy shit.
It's moving.
Oh. Yo, what the fuck is that? Hold on, I'm finna call Uncle Brandon.
Get a knife.
That shit just stopped right there.
It stopped right there. What the fuck?
Yo, what the fuck is that? Holy shit.
It's moving.
Oh.
So, but what you telling me, D? Now, what you saying is, whatever that was that you got on your camera, you think aliens was inside of it, or they're controlling it, or it was an alien itself? So much weird shit, man. That shit crazy. UFOs? On New Year's. Alright. My grandma got a necklace on. So once you see it, oh no. Wait a minute, I'm messing up a little bit. Alright, it comes from here. And actually, it should come lower right here. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, bruh. Now that you got them on camera, you know they're gonna come back looking for you, right? They're gonna knock right on your door. Hey, bruh, let me get that video up off you. You know what video I'm talking about. The video you took of me and my homies flying around the other night, man. Let me get that. Who you showed this to? Who? How many people? You know what? Matter of fact, you coming with us too. Come on. We got a special place for people like you who wanna share videos and shit. No, ain't gonna be no probing going on. Just come on. Yeah, I got him. Yeah, the one who was sharing the video. What's your name is? Devin? Nice to meet you, Devin. My name. Watch. All right, gonna switch up a little bit. Gotta take a different picture. I don't know what I did with pictures. Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right. Get it back. He said that part was not human. That shit moved too fast to say it was piloted by any person. Ain't no people can fly nothing that fast. He only moved his phone for a second. That shit been gone. He ain't even. It ain't like shit. I can't record this shit. But y'all sound shocked as fuck though. I just like to hear y'all saying that shit over again. Yo, what the fuck is that? Yo, that shit moving. The motherfuckers in shock, yo. Let me say. They gonna come right back for y'all ass. You see that little beam of light come down, you start floating up. Don't struggle, bro. Don't struggle. Just go with it, nigga. Yo, just go with it, bro. And the more you struggle, the harder it gonna pull you up.
Few hours and start another day. His entire everything was that. And I have to check on him, see how he's doing. But I can't imagine him doing anything else. I always assumed he was going to do that absolutely forever. But this is the story for almost all restaurant owners, man. They just don't have that. They're more like comedians or artists or something. Like they spend the money that they make. You know, it's sort of just a different, you take care of so many people, you sort of want to be taken care of. So they like vacationing and they like doing this and they like doing that. So many of them, and it costs a lot of money.
And for a lot of restaurant owners, it almost is like an art form, like or almost like a source of entertainment too, because you're not just providing a delicious meal. You're also giving them a nice environment. You're welcoming them. Hospitality is a big part of it.
And so many of these places, you know, we found this one place driving around one night. We drove by this Italian restaurant. You know, we were starving and like everything was closed. It was like a Wednesday at 9. Right, it was a long shot. We drove by this one place and we ended up. The kid worked there, was the grandson, the grandfather's the owner, the grandma's inside answering the phone, unloading wine or whatever. Like you would see her if you used the restroom. My point is like, he was honest, you know, they're just open people. Like, yeah, we bought these heat lamps, you know, this is crazy. What do we have to do? It's like it was an alleyway. And I know for a fact, even though he didn't say it, that they just weren't having a good year, to say the least. And it's just frightening to think that all these places with all these good people in LA aren't going to have a chance at opening up after they spend money on the heat lamps, after they completely reorganize their entire structure.
Has there been any big cities that decided to try to stay open most of the pandemic? I don't think so, right? I don't think there's any big cities that are run by Republicans, are there?
Big cities run by Republicans
that just left everything open, basically.
You mean like mayors?
Yeah. Like, what about Miami?
Just Googling me, I was like, Miami might be open.
Miami, I think Florida as a whole, the governor of Florida has basically said, listen, the cure can't be worse than the disease.
Right.
And it's killing our businesses, it's killing our people. It's like a lot of people are committing suicide. A lot of people are getting addicted to drugs, and he took a pragmatic approach. And you could disagree or agree, and a lot of people disagree, and I understand it. There is an issue though that a lot of people who disagree with him being able to do this and opening things up they're financially capable of surviving a year or even longer without work. And many of them are actually in the middle of it.
Most people can't go a year without fucking work.
I don't want to cast any aspersion. I don't want to cast any blame. I don't want to point any fingers. That's not what I'm trying to do. But what I want to say is that it's really difficult to even imagine. And this is coming from someone who doesn't have to imagine, so I know how ridiculous this sounds. But it's difficult to imagine
Devin Home,
the mindset.
We need that video.
If your life is basically
Nah, Devin don't live here. Oh, you gonna hit me with that one, bruh? I know he live here, man. Come on, I'm an alien. Y'all baby like I knocked on the door. I could have just zapped through the wall and shit, man. Devin, come on. Hey, come out the back room, man. Wait, let me see your phone. Unlock it. They gonna come back for that tape, bro. Mark my words. Yo, Devin Home, they probably don't need knock on the door. They probably just wait till you come outside one day. You just come out the house and see a spaceship sitting out there like, yeah, what's up, homie? Where you headed to? Nah. Get in. Oh, what to get in? I ain't asked you what you want to do. I said get in. I gotta be to work, man. So, I hear you like making videos. Showing it to your friends and shit. Just let y'all know, man, there is a strong chance that my streams, my phone, and my internet is all tapped by the government because I put out so much information like this. So y'all guys are guilty by association. Just have to put that out there every once in a while. So, start talking about aliens and shit, man. You make a phone call and hear a little fuzzy clicking in the background. Just know they recording what the fuck you saying. Just know they recording that shit. Oh, they over there talking about the UFO they saw. That's like when all the motherfuckers talking about they was going to storm Area 51. Y'all remember that? If we run up in there, if 1,000 of us go in there, they can't kill everybody. What happened? Nothing. Motherfuckers pussy. Anybody gonna do that shit? I'm getting hungry again. I just had a little something to eat. Oh, it's a baby. It's been so long since I painted a baby. The last baby I painted was Puff on them Beats' daughter. It's been a minute since I did a canvas this small too. I wonder if I should up my starting price by $100 and then knock off this size canvas. That way people get bigger paintings. What, y'all don't like awkward silence? That shit is funny as hell to me. Uh, Angel Demar. Yo, what up, what up? Welcome to the stream. I am going to use oils. Well, actually, I use acrylics to prep my canvas. So after I get the drawing on the canvas, here, I'll run through it with you real quick, because I always like to show my tutorial slides. Everybody coming in on this piece on the very, very first phase of the project. So step one, you draw your image. Is what I'm doing. I'm drawing it on the canvas. So you get your image on the canvas, right? Lou, what it do, homie? So you draw your image on the canvas, and then step two is where I use acrylic paints. So I outline the drawing with black acrylic paint, and then I put a wash on top of the canvas to give it some type of color. I used to use this orangish brown a lot. Now I just use gray. It doesn't really matter. I've seen people tone their canvases with red, green, blue, just something. It's not good to paint directly onto a white canvas just because you have to use more pigment to cover up the whiteness of your canvas. So if you start off by toning your canvas, you can save yourself a lot of paint. So step one, draw your image on the canvas. Step two, the reason I outline it is that when you wash it, you don't wash your pencil away. Because if you try to put the wash on it without outlining it, there's a good chance you'll just smudge all your pencil away and then you'll ruin your drawing. So in order to keep the drawing on there, outline it first and then wash your canvas. You don't want the wash to be so dark that you can't see your image. And then once you get finished with this step, then you can do your underpainting. And this is where you start with your oils. And your underpainting is just a foundation layer. You just want to block in your image. Try to use the darkest tones that you can find in your image because you want to build up your colors upon the dark ones. You go from dark to light. So your first layer of oil paint is your underpainting, blocking in really dark, and then 2 or 3 layers of paint on top of this. So you do your underpainting and let it dry. You come back with your light darks and your dark mediums, and you add a layer, you add some details, you make your line smaller, you let that dry. You come back, you add some more details and highlights and let that dry. And then in the end, you can have a painting like this. So I am going to use acrylic and oil, but this is an oil painting. I only use acrylics for the preparatory phase of the painting. So as soon as I can get this drawing done, I'll pull out some acrylic paints and work on that. And that's going to be like my goal for today, is to get it to the point where at least get the drawing done. But then I may try to outline it and go ahead and tone it today as well. All right, back to the old school shopping. Andrew, are you an artist? You do some painting? A little bit? No?
Same. And this, the problem with some of the politicians, they didn't get punished financially for their city shutting down. They didn't.
Oh, you're very welcome, yo. I try to charge people for it. They don't want to pay me for this information, so I gotta give it away. You know, I gotta give it away sometimes. But if that helps anybody out, because I started painting by myself with no instruction or tutelage really, and when I met my mentor, he saw that I really didn't know how to construct a painting or how to go about constructing a painting, and so he showed me that step-by-step technique. And if you use that and just be patient and take your time and just know that the first layer of paint, it's not going to look nice. Your underpaintings don't look nice. You make an ugly painting and then slowly turn it into a pretty painting. But yeah, someone had to teach me that, and if I had to go years like learning it on my own, like you say, it would have took a while to figure out the proper ways to go about it. But that's why I don't mind showing it to people, because somebody showed it to me. Like I say that's like the fundamentals, but then getting into color theory is the tough part. Finding your colors, your tones, your shades, the chroma, and all that shit. It's like, it's weird. You just have to see it, and it just takes a lot of painting to get like colors and tones right. You just gotta do that shit. Mm. I'm good right now, yeah. I was just smoking a little bit already. Let me drink some fucking water. Art and education. That's where we at today. Sure appreciate everybody tuning in. Gotta shout out Devin again for sending me the video of the UFO shit, yo. That shit crazy, bro. Hmm? Ain't that the truth? Where you go to school at, Angel? I always wish I went to school. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I wish I went to school, yo. It seems like if you have an alma mater and you're really good at your craft, like your school will push you forward, yo, and you can, if if you do good, it'll make the school look good, and so the school will brag the fuck out of you. And get you in all the best galleries and shit, yo. Man, I wish I would have went to school. But hey, you know what I'm saying? I had to get it out the mud, as they say.
Really? You gotta knock everything down before you run out?
Yo, that's what's up, yo. I'm a fine art student. How your parents feel about that? You know, it's gonna be hard to find a career in art. You should go for something like engineering or something in the medical field. Art is just, it's so hard. It's so hard to make a living as an artist. I ain't gonna lie, it's hard as fuck to make a living as an artist, yo. Shit. Oh, hey, trust me, I know that shit. I know it. Ain't that the truth? I know a couple people with degrees who work at Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Shit. A couple people with some degrees. That shit don't guarantee shit. Hey, it's definitely a plus, but it definitely ain't no guarantee. You know what I'm saying? It's a plus. Once again, about the, paraphrase Elon Musk. It's like, shit, degrees don't matter, yo. Your creativity does. I don't, he said, people who work at his company, I don't care if you got a degree. Can you legitly do what I need you to do? Can you do this job and do it creatively? You know, can you be innovative? Can you take this technology and push it? And if you can do it and without having a degree in whatever field, and you just know your shit because you're passionate about it and you're educated and then highly self-taught at the same time, you know, like, once again, that degree is only a plus. It really adds to it, but it's not absolutely necessary. It's not absolutely necessary. Hey, I'm a program assistant for a nonprofit organization that's been around for about 28 years, and I recently won the Purchase Prize Award for a statewide competition in Pennsylvania, where a museum actually purchased my painting. And I dropped out of school in 11th grade. Yeah, that shit is crazy like that. It just ain't, it's just what you know, man. The job I work, like most people, well, I think I'm the only person at my organization that doesn't have a degree. I have a GED. I only have like a legit high school diploma. I'm a dropout. But somehow I'm still able to complete all the necessary tasks that are assigned to me at my job. I work an office job. And I do spreadsheets and like graphic designs, and I actually counsel. I do a counseling group, and I sell art and have art in galleries and museums and stuff. And I don't have a degree behind my name. I don't even have a legit diploma behind my name. So yeah, a degree doesn't guarantee opportunity, man. You just got to see opportunities and take them shits when they arise. I hear you, yo. That's why I'm listening to Joe Rogan right now. Yo, Joe Rogan lived in Cali for a long ass time, yo, and he said all the shit what you're saying now, the droughts, the fires, the high levels of COVID, the quarantines, the business shutdowns. Like, Joe Rogan left Cali. Like, everybody ain't got money like Rogan where we can just uproot our whole family and go buy a brand new house wherever we want and just move. But I mean, that's how bad it is. Like, he left. He's like, yo, screw this shit. I'm gonna move to Texas. And people are leaving California for all those reasons. It's like it's so tough over there for anything right now. To the point where, for the past couple of years, they're trying to split the fucking state. Like it's too much for one governor. It's too big, too much land and territory. Like, yo, we need a the state of Northern California, and then, regular California. Like, let's separate this shit. Let's have another whole body of government officials like run half of this shit, because it's just too much, man. It's too much. You know what I'm saying? And people with money, they getting the fuck up out of there. They not sticking around for the fallout, yo. And apparently it just seems like things are getting worse, man. Yay, it's a new year. Okay, but it's a continuation. COVID part 2, nigga. We got a new strand of COVID. Then they talking about they got super gonorrhea. You know what I'm saying? We got aliens in the ocean. Man, hey. This shit about to be crazy. Yeah, motherfuckers making a mass exodus from Cali. New York too. I remember reading earlier this year some news articles saying that, like, however many vacant apartments in New York, like 13,000 or some crazy shit, yo. Like, families are just moving out, yo. People making a mass exodus from these highly populated metropolitan areas where the cost of living is killing everybody. Small businesses can't survive through this goddamn global pandemic shutdown. You know what I'm saying? You got art students questioning if they gonna be able to make it with an art degree. Hey man, you should have went in biology, man, and been a virologist. Then you set for the next couple decades, man. Plenty of work. Plenty of work for you. Begging people. Nah. We good. I'm out, bro. I'm done with NY. But people, it's gonna get better. And nah. We good. I got people in North Carolina. I got people in Georgia. I'm going down to Tennessee. I think I'll move to Connecticut. But wait, people, please come back to the city. We need the tax dollars. Nah, we good. Holla at me when that y'all got that COVID thing under control. And you know what I'm saying? I'm in PA. I'm right by Philly in New York. You know what I'm saying? 2 hours. 2 hours away. I'll be in. Matter of fact, I gotta take a trip to New York tomorrow. I ain't lying. I'll be in New York tomorrow afternoon. But I got plenty of places down south too, in little cuts all out the way. I've been telling y'all this shit, man. If shit get too bad, I'm dipping, bruh. I ain't about to stay in no big city myself neither. Fuck that. Especially when they announce the aliens, man. I'm out. They aliens for real? Oh, I'm going in the woods, man. The world too crazy, man. Getting too crazy right now. If I do this line and then do that line right there, and then this line gonna come down here, and then it gonna meet with this line right here in that little spot, and then it gonna come down a little bit to about here, and then one more line gonna come over, and this one gonna loop up like that, and then you got a loop. You got one right there like that. Yo, Lou said he been on a pencil and paper today. That's what's up. And Devin said we all artists. Yo, I always say that too, man. That's one of my sayings a lot, bro. I think it's just something about humans that make us want to leave a mark. You know, like we've been doing this shit since caveman days, yo, trying to leave a mark, yo. It's just something that's fucking in us. And you can take a whole classroom full of little kindergartners or preschool kids and give them some colors, some crayons and markers, and they gonna go at it, yo, and mark on everything. And love doing that shit. But like for some reason, like that shit stick with some people, and later on in life some people don't like to mark and color and draw as much anymore, and they kind of lose it, you know. But then we still are artists. Like art is life, yo. The way you cook your food, the way you style your hair, the way you wear your clothes, the way you talk, everything, yo, is an art form, yo. And everybody got their own unique way of expressing themselves artistically just by living, you know, just by being alive. You have to be creative with that shit, yo. You know what I'm saying? Cause you get a fucked up haircut, we gonna let you know, nigga, that shit ain't art. That shit don't look good. Yeah, they ain't got no choice, yo. Motherfuckers dipping into their savings, now they in debt. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to, hey, I'm just trying to work for myself. I don't want a job. You know, it's some jobs are good, man. Mostly everybody need a job, but then there's some people who just don't want a job. They rather work for themselves, and they work hard to get a business started. And you know, and to have that shit just fucking close, yo, like. Yo, Devin, that's actually pretty damn good, bro. To say you ain't been at it for a minute. Look at you. Look at him. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You got this nigga see, you got some little skills. I'm zooming in, I'm looking at it. Yeah, I see. I'm looking for details in there. Mm-hmm. Say he done pull out a little piece of paper towel or some tissue paper and did the blendy smudgy. Mm-hmm. Get them blends in there. I see you. What happened? Somebody must have challenged your ass. Ah, nigga, you ain't got it no more. Who ain't got it? Now I can still draw. Ah, you can't draw. I'll show you. Watch. And he done whip up something quick. Old Spanish mommy with the braids. Nigga tell me I can't draw. Bitch, I can draw. I ain't probably drawn in a long time, but wow. Alright, little girl. Like, bitch, I'm 6 years old. Do it look like I know how to spell juice? Did I know how to spell juice when I was 6? Maybe. I don't know why my whole boy just sipped that shit, yo. The whole California dreaming, long gone, yo. I feel you. I know a couple people myself. One of my homies, he had a tea bar, and Reiki center, yo, and he couldn't keep his doors open. And then one of my other homies had a farm to table restaurant. Like this shit was called Terra Preta. Yo, had them Wagyu burgers. Oh my god, yo, some of the best food, yo. A little pricey, but it was like good. It was good food, man. It was like a date place, yo. That's something you ain't gonna go there and just grab some lunch. That's something you know you're gonna take your lady out for a nice ass dinner. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're going for lunch, it's like a meeting somewhere. You got like an important little business meeting or something. You want to show out? All right, we going to Terra Preta for lunch and discuss some politics and shit. It was one of them type places, you know. And they couldn't hold out. It's crazy, yo. One of my other homies, he did hold out, yo. But two of my other homies, they both have like boutiques, clothing boutiques. And both of them been having like hard times, yo, keeping the doors open, but they ain't go under yet. And one of them actually is opening up a second location. That's how you know he booming. How you open up a second business during the COVID pandemic? Well, not open up a second business, but expand your business and open up a second location when other people can't even keep they first location floating. You know? But I'm just happy to, you know, when I get little commissions like this right here, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's a picture of your girl? That's what's up, man. You got a pretty girl, yo. Man, my girl was just in here. She went back downstairs now. I should have put her on camera. I ain't jealous of you, nigga. I got a pretty girl, too. Shit, nigga. My girl pretty. I ain't jealous. I like them pretty girls who curse though. Like your girl, what the fuck? Like, yeah, my girl will curse up a storm too. She ain't one of them old prissy. Why do you use so much profanity? Oh, you always have to curse. Get one of them pretty bitches, but they'll cuss you the fuck out too, yo. Cuss you. Who the fuck is you? Thank you. Yeah, I like that. You pretty, but you ain't preppy. My girl is kind of bougie on some shit though. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like that. Oh, that too cheap. Why don't you get the other one? Oh man, sit your bougie ass down. Down in the top, find that can in the box, make a gang cox, down for the dots, tapping at the 80s, Daisy. Go to the top, pack it to the box. Alright, I'll stop. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. Yo, Cash, what up? Oh, Kimberly Gomez, you're so right. You're so right. Hey, there's no disagreement there, yo. Yeah, you're so right. Ain't shit gonna change overnight. Oh, you think cause you put up a new calendar? Yo, put up the new calendar. All right. You know what that means? It's tomorrow, which was yesterday, which is just like today. COVID season. Happy birthday, COVID. Dun, 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 COVID. You know what the fuck wrong with y'all, man? It'll be going by the springtime. It'll be going by the summertime. Oh, we'll have a vaccine by the winter. Oh, we got a new strand of COVID that's more catchier and more deadly. Don't forget about the aliens. 180 days, man. I'm gonna have to write a song called 180 Days. I'm gonna post that shit right on the Pentagon website. The official shit, the .gov one, bro. The .gov one. Pentagon.gov. Huh. 180 days. 180 days. Sound like a movie. You know what I'm saying? Got some ideas going. We got 180 days. Yo, everybody, welcome to the stream. Appreciate everybody chilling here, getting a little bit of this art, a little bit of this education, conversing and conversation. Ooh, see how I did that? But if this is your first time in the stream, definitely subscribe to the channel, hit the like button and the notification bell so you will know every time I go live in the studio. This is a daily thing for me for the most part. Especially so since I've been out of work due to my injury. I think I see my doctor for the last time on the 11th, and I may be back to work like on the 12th or 13th or some shit. So my early morning streams will be cut back to Saturdays and Sundays, but I'll still try to continue my evening streams, my after work streams, because even when I work full time, you know, I come home and try to come in the studio for at least an hour or two. I'm just saying, man, if you can work all day for somebody else, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, you can at least try to work for yourself for like 1 hour out the day. Damn, give yourself some kind of time, some kind of credit, you know what I'm saying? Can't put all your energy into everybody else shit and then neglect your own shit. It don't work like that. And won't even drink it. Yo, bougie ass. What are you doing? Wasting money and shit. I just like the bottle. You know what? I'm gonna drink that shit. Oh, definitely. Winsor and Newton is definitely a great brand, bro. Great brand. I'm gonna pull the camera back right now. As soon as I show you guys what I'm actually doing. Where did my other picture go? Here it is. So this is I'm trying to get grandma to hold the baby. So I'm using grandma's face from this picture here. And I'm using baby from this picture, but I gotta do it like that. So baby's like this. And then from this picture, I'm using grandma's hand. And so the hand looks like now the hand is holding the baby. So this is roughly three pictures. I could have kind of like did my own hand and made it up a little bit, but just to have a better source reference, you know, and this is her actual hand. And so I'm trying to get these three pictures to look like one picture. So this costs a little bit more for me to do this, and I already expressed that to the client even before I talk price or anything. Is like, she said, well, you know, she told me what she wanted, and anytime you have to merge pictures like that, it's like, it just takes time. And so it's like, I told her, like, it's not gonna be a cheap painting, yo. I just like I just said it just like that, plain and clear, like, this won't be cheap. And she's like, oh, I know. You do good work, and, you know, everybody knows, like, cheap shit ain't good and good shit ain't cheap. So I looked over the photographs. She sent me at least a dozen pictures, or maybe more, maybe like 15 pictures to look from, which is good because some people only have like one picture. And I want you to paint this picture, and it's like, it's a crappy picture. It's not a good picture. So if you want me to use a crappy picture and make a crappy painting, I definitely will. But she sent me enough photo references where I had a good selection, and I was able to select 3 pictures that I thought would work, and I gave her a price, and she said, sure, let's go. And so she's already sent me a deposit, and now I'm working on a commission. Fat over lean. All right, so we're gonna have free art lessons real quick. So brands of paint. Let's see. So there are different there are different levels of Winsor and Newton. I'm trying to see. Okay, so here are all the levels of the Winsor and Newton line. These are Witten colors. And so these are like student grade paints, and you can tell by the packaging on them. This package is just pretty plain, and it just has the color on it. This was Deoxide Purple. So this is their lower grade, but even this grade is a good paint. That's why I have it. The ones with the silver tab or the silver packaging are like their next tier up. These are better than these right here. And then you can have the Artist's oil colors, and these are not their highest grade, but right before their highest grade. This is for like professional artists, though. This is a higher quality paint from Winsor and Newton. And so I still use a lot of Witten colors. A lot of Winsor and Newton are still in here. But when you look through my paints, you can see that mostly I use Gamblin now. Gamblin makes a really good paint. And the majority of my paint over the years, I just use Gamblin more. Gamblin costs a little bit more, but if you work with different paints, you know that the consistency and the pigment quality is what makes the paint. So Just trying to find a brand that is good for you in your price range. Like I said, I use Gamblin because it's a really high quality professional artist level paint, and it's a mid-tier price. There are some paints that cost more than Gamblin, and of course there's definitely a lot of paints that you can get cheaper than this. But like I have some Old Holland, and I don't have a lot of Old Holland paints because they're fucking expensive as shit. Yeah. So these right here, these Old Holland paints, like this one tube of paint is probably like 30 bucks for this. That's $30 worth of paint. Easy. I have one Old Holland a blue. I brought their there it is. This is ultramarine. Their ultramarine blue, $37 for this alone. This is $37 worth of paint. But it's Old Holland. This shit is like fucking butter. And that's why I've had it for a while and it's still this much in there, because I only use it when I feel like I absolutely have to. When I need that blue to just pop like something special. Like, I gotta pull out that Old Holland blue, yo. I be trying to save that shit, yo. Yeah, and then you already know. Like I say, you got a primary set of Old Holland. That shit not cheap, yo. But fat over lean. Fat over lean is the opposite of what Bob Ross is famous for. Bob Ross would do wet on wet or fat on fat. And he would wet the canvas, wet paint, put more wet paint on top of that wet paint, and then put more wet paint on top of that wet paint. And then have his completed painting. Wet on wet on wet, or fat on top of fat. Fat over lean is allowing your paint to completely cure or dry before you add another layer to it. So, and that's the way I produce paintings, is fat over lean. I produce a underpainting first and let it dry completely. And so when all the oils are hardened, the paint becomes lean again. It's not wet and movable. It's lean and flat. And so then you paint on top of that. And then you put another wet layer, a fat layer on top of your lean layer, and then you let that dry, and then you add another layer. So it's basically letting it dry. The opposite of what Bob Ross did. Why follow that rule? Because it allows you to get more details. If you're painting wet on wet, you're not going, you can only blend your colors so much, and you can only straighten your lines and thin your lines out so much. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of artists who have perfected a wet on wet technique to get a lot of details, but in general, if you want more details and a higher level of contrast and chroma in your finished product, it seems advantageous just to do fat over lean. It's the more traditional way of painting. When you look at the most memorable artists from history, they normally come from the Italian Renaissance, the Ninja Turtles, if you know those guys. And the way the Italians did it was this fat over lean technique, and that's why their work stood out so much, and we still like gawk over it today. And you know how well they were able to construct a painting in the details and the shading of their paint, even though they had like primitive materials to work with. But it's because they layered their paintings layer by layer and not trying to complete a painting in one sitting. Yeah, this is called a still life. Most images of inanimate objects are considered still lifes. Yeah, exactly. And if you build up paint too much, if you have too many layers of thick paint and then try to keep adding on top of it over the years, it will crack and peel and flake away. So there's a lot of reasons for doing it this way, you know. And when you go to the Louvre and you see the Mona Lisa still sitting there after 515 years, it's because of the techniques that were used and it's oil paint. That's the thing too. A lot of people like using acrylics, but acrylics just don't withstand the test of time as well as oil paints, you know. And so when you look at most old paintings that still hold that vibrant color, it's because they're oils, and that the pigment in the oils just last longer because the nature of it. They retain a lot of elasticity if the piece is properly constructed, properly treated, and properly taken care of. Over the years, you'll have less fading and less cracking and chipping than you would with a lot of other mediums. Everybody gotta have a starting point, yo. You know, you don't step into any field or area just knowing everything. So it's all about practice. You know, whatever you devote your time to. The only outcome is getting better at it. You know, the more you do something, the better you get at it. Yeah. Let me take a little bathroom break real quick, guys.
Get punished financially for 40% of the business going under. I mean, sure, it's going to be tough for them to get reelected, but they can say, listen, we were in a pandemic. We saved lives. That'll be the propaganda. That'll be what they put the pitch, that they saved lives by doing this. But they don't act the way a person would act if their entire life's work was on the line, like your dad in his restaurant. They don't act like that person, where they find a way to keep things open and keep things reasonably safe. Where they find a way. Look, there's a better solution here. What we got to do is keep people healthier, and that'll lower the numbers of cases, and that'll also lower the severity of cases, and that'll allow us to open places up to a reasonable extent. You know, how about we do this? How about we do that? How about what is there a better way to protect people than handkerchiefs? What's better, handkerchiefs or N95 masks? Can we just get everybody an N95 mask? It seems like that's a better way to go. Those fucking things, nothing gets through those. But handkerchief, you can blow. You ever see there's demonstrations people do with a handkerchief and a mask, as a mask rather, and they light a lighter and go and blow the lighter out. And then they do the same thing with a cloth mask, a little more difficult. Then they go to an N95 mask and nothing happens.
Right.
Nothing. It doesn't get out. So that thing acts as, supposedly, some sort of filter to keep most of the viral load or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how it works. But when you look at the effectiveness of that mask, let's say that if everybody had to wear an N95 mask and cut infections down X amount of percent. Let's do that. Let's do that. And if you're talking about coronavirus, in LA, they were saying 3%. I think it was 3.1% was coming from restaurants. What if those people were wearing N95 masks? Would that drop that 3.1 down to nothing? Would it be 1? Is 1 acceptable? Where people can keep their fucking living? You gotta look at these people. First of all, you gotta look. Government's never been able to tell you can't work. This is unprecedented. This is completely new shit. Government has never been able to tell, everyone in an industry. I'm in the indoor dining industry. Everyone in your industry can't work. Government has never had that kind of power. Government has never, ever, in the history of the United States of America, had the power to shut all the gyms down. So you can't, hey, all you healthy studs and studettes and studexes, you can't go work out. It's not up to you.
What?
It's not the people who own that business. Sorry, I know you've worked whole life. Maybe you did construction for 15 years and saved up half your pay and put it all away with this dream of one day opening up this amazing gym and making your living off your own business you created yourself in the community that you live in. But no, the government knows better than you, and they get to decide whether or not you can work. They get to decide whether or not you take chances. Whether or not you feel like you've adequately protected yourself from the virus, whether you test enough, they get to decide.
And a curfew. The psychological effect of knowing, and by the way, they're not enforcing it. The cops aren't pulling you over and going, what are you doing? But they don't need to. The fact that you know that you're supposed to have a 10 p.m.?
Dude, you know what they should do? They should have a loud siren that plays throughout the city at 10 p.m. Just to freak you out like War of Worlds style.
But I'm telling you, we went from...
Can you imagine?
Tornado sirens in Ohio.
Yes.
Places where they have that, I could just crank
Just
that
like
up.
that, like a tornado siren.
When we went from Texas back to California, it was like being on vacation and going to boarding school. Psychologically, it was like that. It didn't, there was no one enforcing the rules.
Boarding school, it's more like juvenile detention.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to a shitty boarding school.
Except juvenile detention, at least they feed you more.
And you're with a bunch of other fuck-ups. You have a good time.
Yeah.
Catch new episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience for free, only on Spotify. Watch back catalog JRE videos on Spotify, including clips. Easily, seamlessly switch between video and...
Your time will come.
Your time will come.
One day.
Following is a conversation with Elon Musk. So you have hope that Neuralink will be...
Wait a minute. What did I just click on? Oh my god, I did not mean to do that. Let's go back. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, close this. Let's go back.
Your time will come. One day.
The following is a conversation with Joe Rogan that we recorded after my recent appearance on his podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. Joe has been an inspiration to me, and I think to millions of people, for just being somebody who puts love out there in the world and being genuinely curious about wild ideas, from chimps and psychedelics to quantum mechanics and artificial intelligence. Like many of you, I've been a fan of his podcast for over a decade, and now...
Very beneficial, and understanding that your time is limited can aid you greatly. I think knowing that this is a temporary time, we have finite lifespans. I think there's great power in that, because it motivates you, it gets you going. I think being an immortal, living forever, would be one of the most depressing things, particularly if everybody else was dying around you. And I think one of the things that makes life so interesting and fascinating is that it doesn't last. That you really get a brief amount of time here, and really by the time you're just starting to kind of figure yourself out, who you are, and how not to screw things up so bad, like, time's up.
The ride's over. What about from your daughter's perspective? Do you think about the world we're in now, and what kind of world you're going to leave them?
I do.
And do you worry about it?
I do. Yeah, I do. I do when I see these protests and riots and chaos and so much anger in the world today. And then particularly today, I think, because of the pandemic and the fact that so many folks are out of work and through no fault of their own and can't make ends meet, and just people feel so helpless and angry. It's a particularly divisive time. It's a particularly turmoil-filled time, and it just doesn't seem like the world of a year ago even. It just feels very chaotic and dangerous. And this small thing, like in terms of the possibilities of things that could happen to the world, like a pandemic, like the one we've experienced, it really just doubles the amount of deaths on a bad flu year. So it, relatively speaking, is a small thing in comparison to super volcano eruptions, asteroid impact, a real horrific pandemic, or one that really wipes out millions and millions of people. It's stunning how fragile civility is. It's stunning how fragile our society really is. That something like this can come along, some unprecedented thing can come along, and all of a sudden everybody's out of work for 6 months. And then everybody's at each other's throats. And then politically, everyone's at each other's throats. And then with the advent of social media and the images that you can see, the videos of police abuse and just racial tensions are at an all-time high. To a point where, like, if you asked me just 5 or 6 years ago, have racial problems in this country largely been alleviated, I'd probably say, yeah, it's way better than it's ever been before. But now you could argue that it's not. Now you could argue it's way worse in just a small amount of time. It's way worse than it's ever been during my lifetime, while I'm aware of it. Obviously when I was a young boy in the 60s.
Man, I heard so many bad things about Wonder Woman 84. I ain't even watched that shit, yo. And I think it's on, I can watch it on Prime or something, but man, no. For one, I'm not a really big comic book movie guy like DC or Marvel. I've seen very few DC movies other than like the Batman Jones. I've seen very few Marvel movies. Like I think the first 2 Iron Mans, and then I watched Black Panther because it was Black Panther, and that's about it. But yeah, I was like, I don't know, when the Justice League movie, I didn't watch that. And then there's like, oh, Wonder Woman has a movie and it's like this hot chick or whatever, but then I'm like, I didn't watch that either. Oh, Wonder Woman got another movie. That's like, what's the fish guy who can talk to the fish? Aquaman. I ain't watched none of his shit. I feel like her shoulder is coming out too far, maybe. Here. Something like this. Something like that. Then I'm gonna have to like completely make up this side of it, but it shouldn't be too hard. If the elbow is here. Well, actually, I almost would prefer to have another hand here. Actually, I don't want to make up too much though. Like I would have to make up a whole nother hand, or would I? Could I? I don't know. Let's see. Bronx. Wonder Woman is the best DC movie. Most Marvel movies are better. Uh, yo, I'll take your word on that. Yeah, I will take your word on that. That most Marvel movies are better. And is you saying Wonder Woman the best DC movie because it's a chick and she wears like basically a bulletproof bikini or something? I don't know. I've never seen. I'm just speculating a little bit. Uh, coming from under the leg or mm, I don't know. She's kind of. I got her kind of like holding her by the waist. I was gonna try to put the arm like sideways, but see, this is how the legs are gonna be. So let's see. Hand here. If we have one baby leg, little baby legs. Little baby leg come down about right here. Let's see. You know, something like that maybe. Put some little baby pants on. Baby pants. Like that. Then you got a little baby foot. You got a little baby foot right there. And then you got another little baby leg. I got two baby legs and two baby feet. Two baby feet, kind of like that. And see, so I'm seeing it as if grandma's sitting down, this is grandma's lap about here, and the baby sitting on her lap, and she has the baby under the arm here. So this is grandma's arm coming under the baby's arm. Said palm or up supporting the baby. That's how most people hold babies, but this is art, so I have my creative liberty. And grandma looking at you like, boy, I know how to hold a baby. You ain't gonna tell me how to hold my grandbaby. Baby got a messy diaper right now. I ain't trying to mush the mess up on the baby. Hold her under the arms. Now, if I can just freestyle my hand real quick. Let me clean this up a little bit. Oh, let's see. I love these erasers. These gummy erasers. That shit is so neat, right? You can mold it however you want, yeah. All right. Look, this nigga don't even know how to hold a baby. Look how he drew that baby. That ain't how you hold no baby. All right, I think the sketch is done. There's not. I hate like improvising too much, but I'll probably just kind of fade out her garment that she's wearing. Or could I? I guess I could almost. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. So this is just a sketch. It's only the sketch, so I still have time to change some things if I need to. Let me grab a little snack or something while I look at this for a minute before I start outlining it with that acrylic paint and then get, stuck. And once you start that thing, man, I mean, I can still change it, but, it's just be harder. I just want to sit back and look at it for a second because I might see something different in a minute. Alright, erasing some lines, but you don't really need to erase too much on here. Like I said, you're going to paint over this whole thing anyway. Some fries. No, yeah, that's the thing. You ain't want to waste your time on the sketch so much, yo. Just get it in and get it in there, man. So you got the sketch done, and this one took a little bit longer just because I had to make up some stuff and merge a few pictures together. So, like I said, it's not just one image. So, like you said, I really don't want to take too much more time because it looks pretty good, yo. Some barbecue. So it looks okay to me. I like that, I'm not unsatisfied with that, actually. I'm thinking I'm liking that. That's not a bad drawing right there. Let me send this to my client. I always try to keep them with some photo updates. And this is where we're at now. Hope I have your approval to continue. I'll wipe my lens off. I want to get the best picture quality. So they can't say, hey, it looks kind of blurry. No. It's not blurry. That's how it looks. No. That's not blur. I guess that's a good picture. We're going to send it. And I sent that. Now, well, I said I need something to eat real quick. It's almost 2 o'clock. That's why I'm fucking hungry. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Going through the rights movement, but now it just seems very fever pitched. And I think a lot of that is because of the pandemic and is because of all the heightened just tension. What I liken it to is road rage. Because, people have road rage, not just because they're in the car and no one can get to them, but also because you're at a heightened state because you're driving fast. And you're driving fast. You have to make split-second movements. And so anybody doing something, you're like, what the? People go crazy because they're already at an 8 because they're in the car and they're moving very quickly. That's what it feels like with today, with the pandemic. It feels like everybody's already at an 8. So anything that comes along, it's like, light it all on fire. Burn it down. Like, that's part of what I think is part of the reason for a lot of the looting and the riots and all the chaos. It's not just that people are out of work, but it's also that everyone feels so tense already and everyone feels so helpless. And it's like, doing something like that makes people, it just gives people a whole new motivation for chaos, a whole new motivation for doing destructive things that I've never experienced in my life.
In your better days, when you see a positive future, what do you think is the way out of this chaos of 2020? Like, if you visualize in 2025, that's a better world than today. What is that? How do we get there? What does that look like?
It's a good question. I can honestly say I don't know. I wouldn't have said I don't know a year ago. A year ago, I would have said we're going to be okay. As much as people hate Trump, the economy's doing great. I think we're going to be fine. That's not how I feel today. Today, I don't think there's a clear solution politically, because I think if Trump wins, people are going to be furious. And I think if Biden wins, people are going to be furious. And particularly, like, if things get more woke. If people continue to enforce this forced compliance and make people behave a certain way and act a certain way, which seems to be a part of what this whole woke thing is, that is the most disturbing for me is that I see what's going on. I see there's a lot of losers that have hopped on this and they shove it in people's faces, and it doesn't have to make sense. Like there was a Black Lives Matter protest that stopped this woman at a restaurant. They were surrounding her outside a restaurant. They were forcing her to raise her fist in compliance. This is a woman who's marched for Black Lives multiple times, Black Lives Matter multiple times, and the people all around her doing this were all white.
Yeah.
It's all weird. My friend Coach T, he's a wrestling coach, is also on a podcast. My friend Brian Moses, his take on it is that he's a black guy. He says Black Lives Matter is a white cult. And I'm like, when you see that picture, it's hard to argue. He's got a point. It's clearly not all about that, but there's a lot of people that have jumped on board that are very much like cult members. Because the thing about Black Lives Matter or any movement is you can't control who joins. There's no entrance examination. So you don't go, okay, how do you feel about this? What's your perceptions on that? How you like the man who shot the Trump supporter in Portland? You know, that guy who murdered the Trump supporter and the cop shot him? That guy was walking around with his hand. I mean, he's a known violent guy who was walking around looking for Trump supporters, found one and shot one. That has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. He's a white guy, he shot another white guy. It's just madness, you know. And that kind of madness is it's disturbing to see it up so quickly. I mean, there's been riots in Portland every night. Demonstrations for 101 days now. 101 days in a row of them lighting things on fire, breaking into federal buildings. It's like, whoever saw that coming? Nobody saw that coming. So I don't know what the solution is, and I don't know what it looks like in 5 years. So 2025, to answer your question, like, it could be anything. I mean, we could be looking at Mad Max. We could be looking at the apocalypse. We could also be looking at an invasion from another country. We could be looking at a war, like a real hot war.
To put a little bit of responsibility on you, like for me, I've listened to you since the Red Band Olive Garden days. That's the very beginning. And there was something in the way you communicate about the world. Maybe there was others, but you were the one I was aware of. Is you were open-minded and like loving towards the world, especially as the podcast developed. Like, you just demonstrated and lived this kind of just kindness, or maybe even lack of jealousy, in your own little profession of comedy. It was clear that you didn't succumb to the weaker aspects of human nature, and thereby inspire like people like me, who I was naturally, probably especially like the 20s, early 20s, kind of jealous of the success of others. And you're really the primary person that taught.
Yo, some sardines, but you don't know about that shit, bro. I put that shit in my oodles and noodles. Some sardines and an egg. You drop that shit in your noodles. Should be slamming, son. I got some leftover kitten chow mein. They said it's chicken fried rice, but you know, I know chicken when I see chicken. I ain't gonna say that it ain't chicken, but I ain't gonna say that it is chicken either. You know, that's what they call it on the menu. Cashman, I got you. I'm talking to my client right now. She said, I watched a lot of your stream, the COVID and the alien part. I said, yeah, it gets weird sometimes. As long as she's happy with the process so far. Boo. This dog hate to touch stuff, yo. She don't like her nose and her head to touch shit. And she gotta find the easiest way around without using her body. Here, it's still in my hand. It's rat. I mean cat. I mean, it's not a puppy. You know how some dogs just move shit? Like open the door with their snout or whatever. Like if the door is cracked open and she can see you through the crack, and you say, come here, she will not push the door open. Like she don't like touching shit with her fucking snout, yo. She try to come around this way, but there's wires. I got the wires from the PlayStation right there. She don't want to like go low so that it touch her on the face, so she gotta come all the way around this way. Weird little preppy ass dog. Never seen no dog like that. Don't like touching stuff with her snout. Yo, this kitten fried rice. Yo, y'all better get you some of this shit, man. Well, y'all don't like kitten fried rice? Look, man. Same protein, damn near the same flavor, half the price. Talking about cat tastes like chicken. It do? Now motherfuckers tell you frog legs taste like chicken. Yo, a frog leg don't taste like chicken. That shit good, but it tastes like a frog leg. You can taste that. You can taste that amphibian quality to that shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers, oh, frog legs taste like chicken. No, they don't. That bitch tastes like a frog. But I like it though. I know that ain't an outside dog. Yeah, that's my dog in the house. The dog don't go outside. The dog go outside, go to the bathroom and take a walk. Come back in. Oh, you know that ain't an outside dog. Talking about how she don't want to touch shit with her snout. Nah, yeah, she too preppy, man. She too preppy, yo. I said the door be cracked open. Come on, come here, come here. That bitch won't open the door. Won't open the door at all. When it snowed a couple days ago, normally she'd go to the bathroom like 4-5 times a day. When it was snowing, man, that bitch hold her shit. She'd try to go to the bathroom once a day. Go out there and look at that snow. Come back inside like, you a fucking dog, yo. Go to the bathroom. And then she found like this one little spot where she just go all the time. She's like fuck walking all the way out through the snow and shit. I'm gonna go right here every time until the snow leaves. Preppy ass dog. Spoiled as shit. Ain't that right, boo? So you spoil as shit. Come here. I ate all the food. You smell it too. It smells good, don't it? I ate all that shit. I gave you a little piece, but I ate the rest of it. Calm down. I barely fucking grabbed your ear, you little baby. You yapping for no reason. You can't lick the flavor off my hand. It's all gone. Watch out, move. I'm trying to lick the flavor off my hand. Doggy spit. I guess I'll show y'all guys the last set of paintings I did in here. Cashman said you want to see some paintings up close. So I recently added 2 more paintings to my reader series. If once again, if you guys are new to the stream or unfamiliar with my art, I do a whole series of paintings where everyone in the painting is reading a book, like me reading a book. And then, hey, it's me again, reading a different book. Hey, look at this beautiful young lady reading a book, and she has a stack of other books she's going to read. And this gentleman here is reading a book, and he has a stack of books he's going to read too. So I enjoy following this theme and continuing to add more pieces to this series of work. Hey, not so close to the painting book. Thank you. You like Cheez-Its. I like Cheez-Its. But this is the last piece I did for my reader series. This book is The Falsification of African Consciousness, Eurocentric History, Psychiatry, and the Politics of White Supremacy, written by Amos Nelson Wilson. And I think this piece turned out really well. But I really enjoyed working on this piece right here. And like I say, I think it turned out pretty good. And then the one I did before that one is here. This one. Now I really like this one because it has like lots of books in it. It's very similar to this one, except that bookshelf is my own personal bookshelf. And this picture, we took this at a bookstore. So these aren't all my personal books, but I changed the names on some of them and added some different titles and stuff. But overall, this too turned out really well. And the book here is Blueprint for Black Power, a moral, political, and economic imperative for the 21st century. This was also written by Amos Wilson. And you can see there's like a ton of other books in the background. Here we have a book by Vernon Jackson, and then actually the book that's on her lap, The Falsification of African Consciousness, which is the centerpiece of this painting. You see how I do that? Use the same books over? Because somebody gonna read this shit sooner or later. You know, gave a shout out to Dick Gregory, Asada, and gave a shout out to some artists who I really like, Sydney James, Harmonia Rosales, and Jordan Castile are some young female artists I really follow and enjoy their work. So I thought I'll add them in there. My signature 9/11 was an inside job phrase that I put in a lot of paintings. If you really, really go through my art and like look close, you'll find this in a lot of my paintings. I try to squeeze it in almost every one of them if I can. But yeah, 9/11 was an inside job. But this painting is nice. It took a while too. I worked on those books for a good bit of time. But when it was done, it's all worth it in the end. It's all worth it in the end. And here's another piece that I did several months ago. And like I say, we're working on it. Oh, don't fall, painting. Stop falling. I got company here. Jesus Christ, just stay still. And so we're working on part 2 over there from a different angle, a little bit more up close angle on that one. But this piece turned out really well. Just a cute young girl sitting at the coffee shop, drinking coffee, checking some emails or some text messages or whatever. But the wall plays a really big part in this piece, and it's a bunch of different quotes, and some of them come from my YouTube community, where I asked quiz questions, and if you answered the question correctly, you were allowed to write something on the canvas, whatever you wanted to write. I would put it up here for you. And so with part 2, we're continuing to do the same thing. I'm gonna keep coming up with quiz challenge questions, and whoever answers the questions correctly get to write something on that canvas, on the second one. So just a couple of different paintings I have in here. That is just the underpainting, so that still has a long way to go. And these 3 paintings in the corner, those are all underpaintings, and they still have a long way to go as well. But these 3 pieces are done. Aliens and COVID-19. COVID-19. I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. Wealth is in the mind. So some projects that I've worked with, some projects that I recently completed. Now, I'm working on my first commission of the year, which is excellent because we're like in the first week of 2021, and I already got a commission project. Go Travis, you know what I'm saying? Go Team Artwork. And so when everybody get their little stimulus checks and everything, y'all need to go ahead and hit me up and say I can get some of this original artwork. How do you frame your paintings? I don't. I used to. I used to frame all my art, but I don't anymore because it's expensive framing art. You know. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, frames are kind of expensive, so for the most part, I used to just buy standard frames from Hobby Lobby or Michaels or something like that to frame my smaller paintings. But once I started doing larger format canvases, like these things are 3 feet by 4 feet, I don't want to invest in a frame for every painting that I have when they're just going to hang in my house. I don't care that they don't have a frame on them. If I sell a painting, more than likely the purchaser will want to frame it themselves to pick out a frame that they think is appealing or attractive. So, and I remember one time somebody said this to me. It was like, oh, how much for the painting? I said $1,000. And then they never replied. And then like a week later they said, oh, well, I changed my mind because I didn't like the frame. And I never replied to that message. And it's just like, the painting can come out of the frame. The frame isn't permanently attached to the painting. So you're telling me the only reason you didn't buy my painting is because you didn't like the frame it was in. Well, take the frame off and reframe it your damn self and put whatever frame you want on there. It's not fucking that serious, yo. And so, like I say, after a while, like, now that I do larger canvases, my personal work, I just don't frame them anymore. I've had work in, like I say, museums and galleries with no frame on it. You want a frame? Frame that shit yourself, yo. I buy store-bought canvases. That's the one thing as an artist I have yet to do is stretch a canvas. I've stretched canvases for other people. I've never like stretched a canvas and painted on it myself though. You know. It's quite hard to see, but if I turn the light on, it don't make any difference really, but you can kind of see across the hall. Like, okay, this is the studio, and then the hallway, and then across the hall is another room. And I don't know, you can see those rectangles. Those are all canvases leaning up against the wall. Like that's where I store all my work supplies and stuff if I'm not using them. But even like on the other side of this wall, there's more canvases. Like that whole room is fucking stocked up with canvases. I normally try to get them with their back to school sales. They be having like 70% off. I'll go in there and spend like $300 and get like $1,000 worth of canvases. But I've thought about stretching my own canvases. One of my artist buddies, I actually purchased a print from him recently, and I don't normally buy art from other people. Even if you are my art buddy, I'm not gonna buy your art because I make art. But anyway, his art is so fucking dope. Like I bought something from him, but he stretches his own canvases, which is dope as shit because you can make it whatever size, how big you want it if you just do it yourself. And that's what I kept thinking too. Is just like, you know, I can you get a roll of, you know, high quality duck canvas for whatever, however many bucks. But then, like you say, when you go to stretch it and trim it and tuck it and staple it and like, and then like one of my other favorite artists, Tim Akamura. He don't even stretch most of his canvases. Like some of them, like his larger stuff, it's just a canvas, and you know he rolls that bitch up and takes it wherever he wants to display it at, and then roll that bitch out and just have the canvas just hanging there, not even on stretcher bars or anything, you know. But some of his stuff is really big too, and it's easier if you can just roll it up to move it around. So I get that. But yeah, I've seen several artists who don't even stretch their shit and still display it with a high level of assurance in it, you know. But it's just like taking the time to do other stuff other than paint. Just like Devin even said, like you don't even want to waste too much time just trying to sketch and draw. You don't want your drawing to be too detailed because you're going to paint over it. I mean, why would you make such an elaborate detailed drawing that you're going to paint over? Nobody's ever going to see the drawing portion of it. So I've always just tried to like streamline my art because I'm very narrow-minded and I just like to paint. You don't even know how hard it is for me just to do this stream sometimes. It's just like, the lights, the camera, the sound, this and that. It's just like, I wish I had an assistant in here to help me do shit. And like marketing and advertisement and setting up shows and, you know, entering contests and applying for grants and all that other shit. They, you know, and some artists will get oils and powdered pigment and blend their own, make their own paints, and I don't have time for all that extra shit, man. I still gotta work a regular job. I gotta go to work, you know what I'm saying, and earn a paycheck. So anyway, I can make producing a painting faster without losing, you know, any quality. I'm all about that shit. Why is my neck so stiff? Jesus Christ. Here's my client. Listen, so I posted the sketch on my Snap. 9 people have seen it and 4 already asked me for your info. Do you mind if I pass your information along? I said, please do, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Pass my info right along. And somebody's going to contact me and say, hey, you don't know me, but Jessica told me to contact you about some art. Yes. I'm the man. I'm the man you need to talk to. Got that gambling. You know what I'm saying? Hey. You ain't want to gamble with everything, but when it comes to your art, you do want to gamble. You know, you want that gambling when it comes to your art. Don't gamble, try gambling. Got the Bob Ross. Then I got the Winsor and Newton. I say you just gotta try different shit, see what works best. You know what I'm saying? That refined linseed oil from gambling, that shit worked the best for me. I like that shit, man. It make your paints real smooth and silky. So if you ever, this little cup right here, if you ever see me dip in this cup, that's what's in there. That's linseed oil in there. And you don't need a lot, yo. Some people like to blend it in their paints on their palette and just have a big mixture right there. But me personally, I just like to dip. I like to dip my brush and blend it little by little as I need it. So yeah, some people are like, what are you dipping your brush in? Is that water? No, I use oil paints, so I can't use water, guys. So if you ever see me dip my brush in, I'm not dipping in water. It's that linseed oil. It just helps makes the paint more fluid. It's basically what it does. You know, it is the liquid. It's basically the liquid part of the paint. So oil paint is just oils and pigment. That's all it is. Oil and pigment ground together. And so the more medium or oil you add to it, the thinner the paint becomes and more malleable, or you can even get it to like a inky consistency if you want. But don't want to add too much though. But my mentor hates that shit. He hates adding he uses straight paint. That's all. He just paint. He told me, it's like, why are you using the medium? Because I need my paint. It's too stiff. You just do it like this and work it like that. It's like, man, I get it, but I want my paint to be smoother than that shit. I need my shit soft, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't need no stiff ass paint, man. I want my shit soft and supple, like a boob. You want hard boobs or you want soft boobs? Okay then. Everybody likes soft boobs, man. That's how I need my paint to be. Soft and supple. Alright. So the next move is to start outlining this thing. That's my next move, yo. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it. I still feel kind of comfortable with it right now. I already showed it to my client. She's okay with it right now. It looks good. Like I said, if I really gotta make any changes, I'll make it a little bit further on down. I'm just looking at her right shoulder. I may do something. I may bring that right shoulder in a little bit. I don't know.
America, break free from 420. Now through January 7th, join Planet Fitness for no enrollment. $10 a month.
The following is a conversation with Diana Walsh-Pasulka, professor of philosophy and religion at UNCW and author of American Cosmic, UFOs, Religion, and Technology. This book is one of the most fascinating explorations of the interconnect
UFOs, religion, and technology. Now, wasn't this the same conversations we were having a little while ago? Like all these things merging. We were talking about what would happen if the government divulged to the public that they absolutely know for a fact that there are aliens present here. Like what would that mean for us? You know, what would the ramifications be? And my first thing is, like, the first thing I said was it would totally undermine most major religions to a point where they would have to, like, really evaluate their shit and kind of rewrite a little bit of shit. You know what I'm saying? And of course, it would have a tremendous impact on political and government, military issues. And so, just clicked on this stream, and he's talking about aliens, technology, religion, and the nature of belief. And the only way you will believe anything is if you have been convinced, and someone has not convinced you otherwise. So, next phase of this project, I'm going to get some water. I'm going to get my small acrylic here it is. My small acrylic palette. Still has some black paint dried up on there. Let's get that off. But yeah, back to the aliens and religion. Alright. Y'all think painting is all fun and games? Man, this shit is work. You gotta work too, man. Shit. Motherfucking paint palettes just don't clean themselves. Alright. That should be good enough. Get some black paint. I need a little brush. A little brush. All I'm asking for is a little brush. Ooh, I need me a little brush. All I'm asking for is a little brush. Will you give it to me, a little brush? All I'm asking for is a little brush. Papa Duck. I do not. Will you give it to me? It's the only thing I really need, a little brush. This nigga said Papa Duck. This a rapper? Papa Duck music. You know what? I don't follow this guy. But just looking at his face, I think I've seen some of his. I mean, he has 153,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. So obviously some of his subscribers have passed around his videos and stuff. Like, I'm not subscribed to his channel, but the dude, it looks like I've seen him before. Let me listen to what it says. Grow Up. Tyler Perry show called Ruthless. That was from 6 days ago. This is his most recent video, I guess. But he's like it says music group, like he's a rapper or something.
Subscribe. Make sure y'all hit the bell so y'all get notified when I drop a video. Now listen, I don't know if y'all ever saw this TV show, right? It's called Ruthless. Now they got Tyler Perry's name attached to it, but when you watch it, I really don't think that he has as much to do with it as you may think. That's what I feel, anyway. But this show is like one of the weirdest, craziest. Like when you watch it, it's gonna really make you think that if us as black folk were to separate from the world and get our own thing going, like build our own community, get our own thing going, that this may be things that'll take place. This is why I think they put this show together. 'Cause like I say, all.
You know what? I think my girlfriend listened to this dude, and oh no, I don't know, cause it says he's a. Yo, did this dude do like Did he do like a conspiracy video about Trey Songz or whatever happened with Trey Songz and the girl who got shot in the toe or something like that? I might be thinking about a different dude. I don't know. It do seem like I've seen some of his videos, maybe on like somebody shared it on Facebook or something. I didn't know he was a rapper or something though. Papa Duck official fuckboy video. I'm trying to watch it, but it's just buffering for me right now and it won't play. It's just buffer. Stop. It won't play that video. It won't play anymore.
Here's how I get my kids and myself to eat more apples. I slice them, I remove the core, and I season with pumpkin spice. Then I add a touch of coconut oil and air.
What's up? Get off in that kitchen and she will cook. She ain't messy, so she keep them hoes out her face. They see you doing better, they feel them hoes start to hate. Social media, she say that shit aggravating. Facebook shit, baby done deactivated. And she don't stress her baby daddy cause he give money. It don't bother me, cause dog to take cash chillers. All these shows have nothing to do with money. It's all about influence on people. They make the money. Hollywood is a part of shaping the way we see the world through movies. So a lot of these movies you see really don't be something they wrote. It's just it be things that they want to implement into us, like the Terminator, stuff like that. So if you was to see this to come, you've been seeing it all the while. You just been seeing it on the big screen. But anyway, when you see Rufus.
He's trying to explain desensitization, where you expose someone to enough trauma where it doesn't faze them anymore, and they really put a lot of violence, blood, gore, sex, and profanity in movies, action movies, for the most, just to desensitize young boys towards violence and blood and gore, and it's in the video games and it's everywhere. And so I guess that's what he's talking about, desensitization. But he says a Tyler Perry show called Ruthless. I don't really watch much Tyler Perry. Like, after the first one or two movies, okay, great success story, almost homeless, sleeping in his car from time to time, got a big break with one of his plays. It just blew up, and ever since, people really caught on to it, he has just continued to skyrocket with success and fame with his Madea franchise and all the spin-offs and movies that he's written, produced, and directed. Very successful guy, but it's just hard to trust a man who dresses as a woman so well. Just like, if you would have did the Madea thing for but that was his whole platform, was him as a woman. And it's like, Martin did Big Mama's House Part 1 and 2. And even he, on his TV show, he dressed like Shanae. And it's like, but it wasn't, that's not how he built his whole career, was like, oh, I dress in drag. So after a while, like, me personally, I don't like seeing men dress like women. And so I'm not a big fan of the Medea franchise, and I'm not a follower or believer of any religion, and most of his stories have like this religious connotation to it, except for but then he does other stories like Daddy's Little Girls and For Colored Girls and shit like that. So, but still, yo. So this guy is talking about a show, Ruthless, from Tyler Perry. Never heard of this shit. Never saw this shit, yo. Angry Man. Yeah, you gotta get a slot on the new canvas. So we already started writing on that one. Angry Man, been waiting for you to pop up because I owe you one. Only thing is, you be popping up too late, man. I just started a commission. So I've been working on that yesterday, and then I got a commission for some money. So now I got to work on the commission. So I had to take that down, set that to the side for a little while. We'll come back to that one. Because we got to focus on this, because this is for a client. But as soon as I get finished with this and get back to that, don't forget, Angry Man, you got to write something on the wall. Because I ain't forgot. I didn't forget. Hope you didn't forget. But we doing this right now. I'm not saying it's more important than that, but it is just as important. And for the simple fact there's some dollars behind it, it gets booted up to the front of the line. Who got the money? You got money? Oh, you get yeah, come on to the front. Anybody else got money back there? Y'all got money? No? No, you come too. Yeah, you go ahead. Go to the front. Come on, hurry up. Go to the front. Y'all ain't got no money? All right, I'll get back with y'all. Hold up. I didn't say leave. I said wait. Let me handle the money first. Let me do the money thing. Yeah, cause I like snacks. You know what I'm saying? I like eating Cheez-Its. This shit ain't, nobody gave me this shit. I gotta buy my Cheez-Its. You know? I gotta have money for shit like that, man. You know? Snacks. Money. Alright. So what we gonna do now? I got a small brush. I got a small paint palette. Now I need a small amount of paint and some water. We're gonna use acrylic paint. Why? Angel will tell you why. The shit dries in like 15 minutes. The quicker it dry, the quicker we can get to the oil paint. I'll put a little bit of black acrylic. Once again, I try to stick with the brands. Winsor & Newton, you know what I'm saying? Galleria acrylic. They make good paint, yo. It's cheap, but it's good. You can find some paints cheaper than Winsor & Newton, but it's gonna be cheap paint. If you want good cheap paint, you ain't gonna go wrong with their products, yo. You not. I guarantee you. I used their shit for years and years, and I still use it. Even though I love gambling, you can't go wrong with Winsor & Newton, yo. I don't care what you say. I don't care what nobody say. When I was a starving artist, all I can afford was the cheap versions of it, and that shit brought me to where I'm at now. Brought me here today. You know what I'm saying? I built my legacy off of that shit, man. Off that Winton, man. That shit helped me build my legacy. Damn, I put too much water in it. See, if y'all had a studio, you can do that. That's what the studio for, man. Fuck that shit, man. It's the studio. Fuck this shit up, bro. You fuck it. I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck this whole shit up. As long as you don't knock the walls down. I got paint everywhere. Glue. Water. It ain't nothing but some water shit. Alright, now I got me some paint. I got some water. I got a little brush. I think I might need a little word brush. Yeah, no. I ain't got no little word brush in this. Shit, sucker. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna make it work then, goddammit. I'll make that bit work. Work. Alright, one more time. Hey, I'm gonna dip in the box one more time. I'm gonna dip in the box. Alright. I gotta keep my energy up. I tell y'all, man, this painting shit, this shit ain't easy, man. This hard work, man. I be in here sweating, slaving. You know what I'm saying? Damn, them cheese is good as shit, yo. Hey, man. Yo, get the dude with the jalapeno and the cheddar jack. Oh my god. Yo, that shit slamming, yo. I ain't gonna lie. Better have some water though, cause them bitches is dry as hell. You get caught out there with a handful of cheeses and no water and choke to death. They ain't gonna let you into heaven for that shit. I'm gonna tell you right now. They gonna turn your ass away right at the gates. How'd you die? I choked on a handful of cheeses. Man, you take your stupid ass to hell. What the fuck wrong? How you choke? You eating cheeses with no water or nothing to drink? That's suicide. We don't let suicides in the head. I choked on a handful of cheeses. Oh, stupid ass.
Nature of technology, belief, and the mystery of alien intelligence. Quick mention of our sponsors: Element Electrolyte Drink, Grammarly Writing Plugin, Business Wars Podcast, and Cash App. So the choice is health, grammar, knowledge, or money.
Money.
My friends. And if you wish, click the sponsor links below to get a discount and to support this podcast.
Oh man, I'm wasting water everywhere.
Oh, let me say, as I did in the recent video on how many intelligent alien civilizations are out there, that the nature of alien life, intelligence, and how they might communicate with us humans is likely stranger than we imagine, and perhaps stranger than we can imagine. What is most fascinating to me is how the belief in the communication with such civilizations changes people's understanding of the world, and, as Diana argues, the technology we create. Technological innovation itself seems to manifest the mythology in our collective intelligence that turns the seemingly impossible into reality in just a matter of years, through the belief of individual humans that carry out that innovation. The nature and power of this belief, both technology and extraterrestrial intelligence, is mysterious and fascinating, perhaps holding the key to us humans understanding our own mind, our consciousness, and engineering versions of it in the machines we create. Enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman.
We're listening
Hear
to
my
the
conversation with Diana Walsh Pasulka. A scholar of religious belief, or belief in general. So the fascinating question, what do you think is the difference between our beliefs and objective reality? What is real, period?
Sure, what is real? Easy question.
Yeah, right.
So first let me start with belief. So belief, generally, there are different definitions of belief, just as there are different definitions of what is real, okay? So for belief in my field, it would be attitudes toward something that dictate our actions. Okay, so we believe the sun is going to rise tomorrow, therefore we act as if it will rise tomorrow. All right, beliefs can be wrong. For a long time, people believed, and actually some still do, that the earth
is flat.
Was flat.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's obviously an erroneous belief. So beliefs.
Hey, when people say, some people used to believe and some still do, that they're normally going to say that. That's a go-to for beliefs, because apparently science has challenged the belief in a flat earth, and we have substantial mathematical demonstrable evidence that the earth is in fact not flat. It's not a flat plane, but it's a oblique spheroid, wherever that is. Yeah, so beliefs are really weird.
Now, the bigger question philosophers ask is this belief accurate toward what we consider to be objective reality? So now let me go to objective reality. So what is real? I don't think we can actually obtain a correct understanding of what is real. And in that sense, I have to refer to a philosopher again, and that would be Immanuel Kant. So Immanuel Kant is one of, he was basically in the 1750s, he wrote critiques of reason and things like that. So he said, well, if you're a philosopher or have any kind of understanding of Western history, you know who he is. He had this idea that we can actually never get to the thing in itself. Okay, so he called that the noumenal, the thing in itself. He said, let's take this table, for instance, that you and I are talking across. So this thing is a table. You and I both know that. We assume it's real. We believe in it because we put our water on it, and our water stays on it. Okay. However, can we know this thing in and of itself as a table? So that would be what he then would call the phenomenal. How do we know that phenomena exists as we know it is? Okay, how do we know? We use our faculties, so we use our senses and things like that. But again, even our senses can be wrong. So I've been on committees just recently, this year, last year, for hiring professors in my department who are philosophers. And we're hiring metaphysicians and people who are thinking about the nature of reality. And basically what I've learned from them, I'm very
I'd love to attend those faculty talks. Metaphysics professors.
What's funny is that
great.
For each one of them, I'm convinced each time. They all say different things, but they're so convincing. I'm like, yes, hire that one, right?
Is it like historical philosophy, like a particular topic?
No. What
do they have?
No,
they have an actual belief. They're practicing metaphysicians.
Yes. So what they do is they come, and they're usually excellent philosophers from Harvard or USC or whatever. They come and they give what's called a job talk. That's what every academic does, a job talk in order to get it. They talk to us about a department, about what they do. And so it so happens that we need a metaphysician, and now we're hiring again for one. And so I've learned a lot about metaphysics in the last year. And this is what I've learned, that they use physics as a basis for understanding what we can know about what is real. And what is real is really difficult to pin down. And so your question is, what is belief? Well, belief, does it correspond to reality? That's the question I would ask. And first, we don't even know what is real. So the table, they would say, how do we know that the table even exists? Well, how do we differentiate it from the floor, for example? So these are the questions that philosophers are asking. No one else is, of course, but philosophers are asking these questions, and they have different answers for it. So I would say that it's very difficult to know what is real. And in fact, what I do usually is I paraphrase my friend and colleague, Brother Guy Consolmagno. He's a Jesuit priest who's also an astronomer, and he's the director of the Vatican Observatory. And so he says that he's a very smart person. He says, well, truth is a moving target. So basically, to know what is real out there, like gravity or something like that, you have to approximate it. And as human beings, we have senses to tell us what, at least so we don't get hurt. We're not going to fall off building or something like that. We have eyes to see things like that. So we can approximate what reality is, but we're never going to get to it unless we develop better senses, okay? And I think that that is what we are in the process of doing. We're developing better senses. We have telescopes, we have microscopes, we have, extensions of ourselves, which are now called technology, and we can get to a better understanding of what reality is and what the objective world is, and therefore our beliefs can be honed. So we can get better beliefs, more accurate beliefs, but can we get beliefs that actually correspond to reality? Not in any precise way, but in approximate ways. So I hope that's not like too big an answer to your question.
What do you think beliefs are in themselves can become reality? I mean, it says you've now adapted in this little bit of a conversation, adapted the metaphysician view of reality, which is the physics.
Yes.
But, we humans kind of operate in the space of ideas, very much so. Like, we've kind of, in the collective intelligence of human beings, have come up with a set of ideas that persist in the minds of these many people, and they become quite strong and powerful. Like, in terms of, impact on our lives, they can have sometimes more impact than this table does, than the physics.
Yeah.
And in that sense, is there some sense in which our beliefs are reality, even if they're not connected to the physics?
Yes, even if they're not real. Yeah, even if, okay, so yes, absolutely. So our beliefs are tremendously, they create social effects, absolutely. There was a belief that, I'm going to use this example. There was a belief back in the day, and we're talking about, when I say back in the day, I'm a historian, so I'm talking about 1,000 years ago, right? That women had no souls. Okay, so look, I don't know if human beings have souls. I can tell you this, though, that if human beings have souls, probably animals do too. That's my own personal belief. That's not a professor belief there. But there was this belief among the magisterium, which runs Europe, that women had no souls, so they had to have this big meeting about it. Did women have souls? But that belief had consequences for women. I mean, women were treated and have been treated as if they didn't have souls. Okay, so there's.
And the soul was really the essence of the human being.
It was. It's called the animus, right? It's what is the essence of what is. It's eternal. Women weren't eternal. Here's another example. Okay, this is an example from my own research. All right, so there in the Catholic tradition, there's this idea of purgatory, hell, and heaven. And these are 3 destinations that people can go to when they die. And if you're great, you go to heaven automatically and you're considered a saint. If you're okay, you go to purgatory, right? And you suffer for a time and then get back into heaven. If you're terrible, you go to hell, right? Okay. Well, there was a place that the Catholics determined, and this was a belief for a long time, like 1,000 years or more, and it was called limbo, all right? And limbo comes from the Latin limbus, and it means edge. And it was either on the edge of hell or on the edge of heaven. No one really could determine which it was. Historians are like, well, this person says it was on the edge of heaven. Well, listen, this was a terrible, first of all, there is no limbo anymore. In 2007, Benedict, the then Pope, got rid of the idea that there was limbo. Okay, so Catholics kind of went crazy because they didn't really know, they forgot that limbo existed and they thought it was purgatory. And they said, how could you get rid of purgatory? But actually, he just got rid of this idea of limbo.
Oh, so that's a distinct thing from purgatory.
It was.
And by the way, people should know they have a book on purgatory that came before.
American Cosmic, yes, I wrote a book on purgatory, yeah.
Anyway, so limbo is a distinct thing from purgatory?
Yeah, and the types of people who go to limbo happen to be virtuous pagans, okay, like Socrates or somebody like that, and children who weren't baptized. So think of this. Think of for more than 1,000 years, mothers and fathers gave birth to babies who weren't baptized and couldn't be buried with their family in these burial, and they couldn't be reunited with them in heaven. Think of the pain and suffering that caused. And that was nothing. Yeah. Limbo's nothing. Yet the belief in it caused untold suffering. And that's just a small example.
And that was as real to them.
It was absolutely real. The effects were real, let's put it that way. The place itself not real.
But the families themselves, do you think they really believed it?
They totally believed it.
As much as the table is real?
Yes, I've read. But listen, we have trigger warnings today, right? So don't read this; it's going to make you upset. Okay. Yeah. History, primary sources, no trigger warnings. Okay. Yeah. So you're going through somebody's diary from 1400, and you hear the suffering and pain that they went through. There were times in my research where I'd have to put my primary source down, and just basically go outside and take a walk because it was so horrific. I knew it was true because they wouldn't write something, they're not going to write in their diary something that's not true, and it was horrible. So yes, these people went through untold suffering for nothing, because they had an erroneous belief. But they didn't know it was erroneous.
So it's real to them.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're familiar with Donald Hoffman. He has this idea that in terms of the distance we are from being able to know the reality, which is there, the physics reality, is we're actually really, 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 really far away from that.
Yeah.
So it's, I think his idea is that we're basically completely detached from it.
Yes.
What's your sense? How close are we to the reality? We'll talk about a bunch of ideas about our beliefs in technology and beyond. But in terms of what is actually real from a physical sense, how close are we to understanding that?
Pretty far. I'm going to use examples from what I do. Okay, so this idea that we're suspicious of what we actually think is real is not new. Of course, it goes back a long time, thousands of years, in fact. And philosophers, I'm not actually technically a philosopher, but I'm a professor of religious studies.
Yeah, what do you introduce yourself at a bar? When bartender asks, what do you do?
I never tell people what I do, especially on airplanes. Yeah. It's a bad idea.
Okay.
So generally, if they push, though, I say, I'm the chair of philosophy and religion, although I stepped down last year, so I'm no longer the chair. But I have a master's degree in philosophy, and I was a philosophy major, and I still study philosophy, so I integrate it into my research. All right, so this idea that we can't know, we're suspicious of what we know, it's called external world skepticism. That's the official philosophical name for it. Our faculties and our senses don't give us accurate perceptions of what is there, okay? Especially at a quantum level or a molecular level. I mean, that's just obvious. So, yeah, so I think that the person you mentioned is correct in that. I think we're far away from it.
I think you're talking about our direct senses, but we have tools, measurement tools, from microscopes to all the tools of astronomy, cosmology, that gives us a sense of the big universe and also the sense of the very small. Do you think there's some other things that are completely sort of other dimensions, or there's ideas of panpsychism that consciousness permeates all matter? There's fundamental forces of physics we're not even aware of yet.
Oh, absolutely. I do think, and this is why I write about technology, and that's actually what I specialize in, is belief in technology with respect to religion. So, in my opinion, thank goodness for technology, because where would we be without it? I mean, frankly, I think that it's like Marshall McLuhan was the person who said technology is like an extension of our senses, and I absolutely believe that to be true. I think that we're lucky that that Prometheus gave us technology, okay, and that we use it, and we're making it better and better and better and better, and that makes us more efficient, makes us more efficient as a species, and my point is that our instruments, I mean, I don't want to be a religious technologist, but our instruments will save us. I mean, they're already making life better for us.
You think it's important that they also help us understand reality more directly, more deeply?
I think directly is better than deeply. I think more directly is probably a more accurate term for what you're trying to, I think, ask me. Can we actually, I mean, I think you're asking me that question that Kant basically was trying to get at was, can we know the thing in itself? Can we know that? Can we have like some kind of like intense knowing of it? It's almost mystical. And I would say that that's where religion comes in. Okay, that's where we talk about religion. And if I may also go back to Immanuel Kant, this idea that he, just before he died, just as he died, he was working on, he did this critique of reason, where basically he believed, he basically talks about, can we know what's real? He basically has this long, the question, can we know what's real? And then, 1,000 pages later, no. I'll just give you the rundown, okay? So, okay,
Spoiler
no.
alert.
Yeah, exactly. Then he does this other critique, and, okay, so he does like 3 critiques. Then he does this critique of judgment, okay? Well, judgment is this other thing altogether, and I think that that's what you're getting at. So how do we know things? How can we know things really intensely and intimately? And I think that he thought that judgment was the idea that we can actually know the thing in itself. And he was working on that as he died, and then he never finished it. Hannah Arendt, another philosopher of the 20th century, took up the critique of judgment and tried to finish it.
Why the word judgment?
Because judgment, think about it, when you see a work of art, who judges that to be decent? Okay, so there is a group of people who come to the decision that that's rotten, or, that's pretty good. I noticed that you like to play guitar. Well, you choose music that I happen to like too, okay? So you and I both have a, sense of judgment, just a sense. So he said there's a sense that some people have. Do certain communities have a similar sense? What dictates that? And so he was working on that. He thought it had something to do with the knowledge, the intimate knowledge of the thing in itself. So another philosopher that philosophers actually don't like at all, but religious studies people do, is Martin Heidegger. So Martin Heidegger has some great essays. One is called "What is a Work of Art?" And again, he gets to, he talks about Van Gogh and Van Gogh's shoes, that picture, the painting Van Gogh's shoes. It's really a really intense picture. It's just shoes. It's an amazing painting of shoes. And I think everybody can agree it's a cool picture of shoes, right? And so why? The question is, why is that a cool picture of shoes? What kind of knowledge are we accessing to determine that indeed that works, right? And in fact, we still like it.
So basically the nature of knowledge and what does it represent? It can operate in the space of that's detached from reality, or can it ultimately represent reality? I guess that's the space of metaphysics? Is that
so what can we know is actually called epistemology.
Epistemology.
But metaphysics is basically what is the nature of reality.
Right. And those intersect.
Absolutely, right. Yeah. All things intersect in philosophy. We just have fancy names for them.
Another non-philosopher that may be considered a philosopher, since we're talking about reality, is Ayn Rand and her philosophy of objectivism. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on her sense of taking this idea of reality, calling her philosophy objectivism, and kind of starting at the idea that you really could know everything, and it's pretty obvious, and then from that you can derive an ethics about how to live life, like what is the good ethical life and all the virtue of selfishness, all that kind of stuff. So you talked to a lot of academic philosophers, so I'd be curious to see from the perspective of is she somebody that's taken seriously at all? Is she dismissed, as I see from my distant perspective, by serious philosophers? And also your own personal thoughts of is there some interesting bits that you find inspiring in her work or not?
Okay, so Ayn Rand, I've had so many extremely intelligent students basically give me her books and basically say, please, Dr. Pasulka, read this book. And I'll tell them, yes, thank you, I've read this book before. And then want to engage in, let me put it this way. They're religious about Ayn Rand. Okay, so to them, Ayn Rand represents some type of way of life, right? Her objectivism. Now, why is she not taken seriously by philosophers in general? Well, let me put it this way. Philosophers in general tend to get pretty, I guess you could call it, they're kind of scientists, but with words. I always call philosophy, when I describe it to someone who's going to take a philosophy class, I say it's basically math problems, like word math problems, okay? So that's basically what it is.
So they take words very seriously and they're very formal.
And definitions very seriously, yeah. So they all want to get on the same page, so there is no confusion. So for Ayn Rand to basically say you can know everything and, and establish ethics from that, I think philosophers automatically say no. Now, that doesn't mean I say no. In fact, we have at my university a wonderful business school. And when you walk into the dean of the business school's office, Ayn Rand is everywhere. So it's so I want to say that not all academics are anti-Ayn Rand. And in fact, I don't think philosophers are either, except that they don't teach Ayn Rand. Okay, so in one sense, you could say that because they don't teach her, they're being exclusive in what they teach, or very particular, perhaps, is another way to put it.
Yeah, it's hard to know where to place people like her because, do you put Albert Camus as a philosopher? So I guess what's the good term for that? Like literary philosophers or whatever the term is. It's annoying to me that the academic philosophers get to own the word philosophy because, it's just like people who think deeply about life is what I think about as philosophy. Yeah. And, to me, it's like, all right, so I know Nietzsche is another person that's probably not respected in the philosophy circles because he is, full of contradictions, full of...
I love Nietzsche. Nietzsche's my favorite philosopher.
Oh, really?
Yes, I absolutely love Nietzsche.
So he's I love people that are full of ideas, even if they're full of contradictions, and Nietzsche is
absolutely that.
And yeah. Ayn Rand is also that. I'm able to look past the obvious ego that's there on the page, and the fact that she actually has, in my view, a lot of wrong ideas, but there's a lot of interesting tidbits to pick up, and the same goes with Nietzsche. I'm weirded out by the religious aspect here on both the people who worship Ayn Rand and people who completely dismiss her. I just kind of see it as, can we just read a few interesting things and get inspired by it and move on, as opposed to have a dogmatic binary thing. Is there something you find about her work that's interesting to you, or her personality or any of that?
Oh, I think she's fascinating. I don't dismiss her. She was a woman who reached a level of success with her mind at a time when that was difficult. So, she's definitely worth looking at for even that reason. But also, her idea, I guess part of the situation with Rand, first of all, I think that her work is, it's misinterpreted, okay? And I think that's the same with Nietzsche. A lot of people think that, in fact, it is the case that Nietzsche's writing before the 20th century, so he's got, his rhetoric is sexist and racist and, of the time period, right? He was a educated philosopher of that time period. However, his books are amazing, and Nietzsche's philosophy is incredible. And I think that that's what you're saying about Rand too. And I agree. I think that we get caught up. Likely we should, and we should contextualize these thinkers in the time period within which they are. We should not forgive their, because there were people during Nietzsche's time that, feminists and not racist and things like that, and but each has merit. I would say Nietzsche is, and you did ask me to talk about some of the books that made the largest impact on me, and Nietzsche's Gay Science is one of them. It's one of the best books ever, in my opinion.
I do think Nietzsche was, I don't know about exactly sexist. He certainly was sexist, but it felt like it weighed much in his life.
No.
It felt like it was extra sexist. I was like, his theories on women are like, all right.
He's pretty angry.
He seems frustrated.
Yeah.
Like, all right, calm down, buddy.
The fate of philosophers.
I just ignore everything
Sorry,
Nietzsche says about women. So can we talk about myth and religion a little bit?
Yes.
So, I mean, can we start at the beginning, which is like myths? How are they born? There's this collective intelligence amongst us human beings, and we seem to create these beautiful ideas that captivate the minds of millions. How is such a myth born?
Great question. Okay, so that brings us to terminology again. In my field, we definitely, I think, to distinguish between religion, this is going to be controversial, I think, between religion and myth, because we call other cultures' religions myths, right? And then we call our myths religions.
And I guess myth has a bad connotation to it, that it's not somehow
true.
real.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, what's interesting is that people like Plato, who lived thousands of years ago, 2,500 about, basically made this distinction himself within his own culture, which was Greek, right? So Plato's a very famous Greek philosopher, and he'd say things like this. He would say that he would make a distinction between the reality of the one God, or the one. He would call it, he didn't use the word God, but he's referencing a divinity, okay? And he believes in the soul, okay? So, but he would also say that the gods and goddesses of the Greeks are just myths. So even he would make that distinction again. You know, he would say the population is not too bright, so they believe in these gods and goddesses. But he himself is talking to his students, and he's basically talking about forms. You know, so that seem to live in these other dimensions. Like this table. Let's go back to this table that we're talking around right now. He would say that this table is the instantiation of the form table, and that there is the table that actually exists somewhere. It's this place where numbers exist, like the number 2. Okay, so we use the number 2 mathematically, therefore it exists. But have you ever seen a real one? Have you ever seen a real 2? Okay, so but where does it exist? So he says that table. So he was also talking about things that, he says are real, making a distinction between the people, and by the way, he got this from Socrates, his mentor, who was killed by Athens because he would say such things. People don't like to be told that what they believe in is not real, right?
Yeah. By the way, his idea of forms you just make me realize how incredible was that somebody like that was able to come up with that. I mean, that idea became a myth. That the idea of forms, right, that permeated probably the most influential set of ideas in the history of philosophy, in the history of ideas.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Plato, we know him for a reason, right?
Yeah. So let's say that we're not. It's a gray area between religious and myths, and maybe not even.
It is gray. Yeah.
So how does that idea with little Plato start and permeate through all of society?
Oh, how does that happen? Okay, so there are different ways that religions work. So a lot of people would call the UFO narrative today and this is what I talk about in the book, like a myth, right? The UFO myth. But a lot of people believe in it, okay? So how do these things work? Well, what I did was there's Ann Taves at UC Santa Barbara. She's a pretty well-known academic who studies religion. And she has this building block definition of religion, like it builds, okay? And so she says there are no religious experiences or mythic experiences. There are, and then they get interpreted as religious or mythic, okay? And so I use that with the UFO narrative. So I take.
What y'all think? It's not looking too bad right now. You say I'm using couple different photographs to get this together. And these are the main two. Off to a good start. Gonna let this dry a little bit, and then I'll put a wash on it. I put it in front of the space heater. Let that heat hit it a little bit. Dry that paint up real quick. Oh, yeah. It only took me 5 hours to get this far. That's not too bad. I've been running my mouth a lot today too. I've been talking for 2 hours. So really it only took me about 3 hours to get the drawing done and to get the outline on there. And so once that outline gets pretty dry, it won't take but another few minutes to tone it real quick. Then you can set that to the side and let it dry, and probably start on it in the morning. I gotta go to New York tomorrow, so I'll probably leave the house like around 9:30. I already I hit my homies up in New York. Tell them I'll be in the city for the day. Well, not for the day, but I'll be over there. So if anybody got some free time, we can fucking grab some lunch. I don't know where. Now I'm thinking about that shit. That's what I told my homie. I was like, yo, I gotta drop some art off in the city. If you got some time, man, we should link up and just, have some lunch and bust it up real quick. But everything in New York is shut the fuck down. I don't think motherfuckers can eat nowhere and shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think about that shit. Matter of fact, So my man, he live over there. So if there's somewhere we can grab some food or something, I'll definitely do that shit. But like the last couple times I've been to the city hanging out, man. Went to some nice sit down restaurants, yo. The last time I went to like this Thai restaurant, man, that shit was so fucking good, yo. I want to do that shit again. I don't want to be like eating on the sidewalk or gotta grab some food to go or some dumb shit. I know in my area right now, you can't eat indoors nowhere, yo. My whole city shut that shit down for a minute. So I ain't fucking sure, yo. This shit getting fishier and fishier. Oh, damn, I'm yawning like I need a fucking nap, yo. I might take my ass to sleep. What y'all say? What time is it? Yeah, it's about 3:30. I've been in here for damn near 5 hours. I think I deserve a little nap. A little nappy nap. So they got that new shit in the city, man. You ain't wanna fuck around out there. Why not, bro? You ain't coming with me? Who else in New York, man? Be in New York tomorrow, man. We need to meet. Need to link up somewhere. You know what I'm saying? They got that new shit in the city, man. You ain't want that. Alright. I just been playing with my damn eraser. Making some Rusty Brown ring donuts. Waiting for this little canvas to dry. Smells funny. Alright, let's see what it's looking like. Yeah, it looked dry enough to me. You know what I'm saying? It looks dry enough to me. What do you guys think? I think I'm gonna go for it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Got the little poodle. Alright. Oy, oy.
And I compare it to the religious narrative. So basically what happens is that a person generally has a very intense experience. It could be with something that they see in the sky, a being, that they see, like Moses in the burning bush or something like that. They tell other people, okay, and those other people believe them because they say, that guy, that's you. Okay, Lex. Okay, so you're playing, some of your music. Jimi Hendrix shows up out of the blue. Say Jimi Hendrix, who does electric church stuff, right? The electric church movement. So he shows up.
I was sorry for a small tangent. I'm not aware of. I apologize if I should be. I'm just know how to play all of the songs. Electric church. Is this a thing?
Yeah. It's Jimi Hendrix's thing. Yeah. So
that was like a philosophy of his, or what?
Yes. So he thought it was like a mission for him, like he was a missionary doing the electric church. It was through his mission of music that he was actually impacting people spiritually And I think you have to agree that his music is really spiritual. Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool to know that there's like a philosophy there.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's ever written anything.
He's spoken about it many times.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I need to actually do some research here. Wow, that adds another level of depth. That's awesome. Okay, so
say Les is playing
Hendrix.
one of his songs.
Yeah.
He shows up.
What's your favorite Hendrix song?
Oh, that's a hard one. I like Castles in the Sand. It's a sad one, but I like it.
So I'm playing something.
Yes.
I show up.
And all of a sudden, boom, just like Elvis does for people, Hendrix shows up, all right? And then you're amazed. And then he tells you something that's very, very significant. And he says, you need to tell other people this, okay? So then, okay.
I go on social media.
Yes. And you start, and because people believe you, and because you are a person of, credibility, people believe you. And so all of a sudden a movement starts, okay? And it's the Hendrix movement. It's Hendrix 2 or something like that. We call it something, the next iteration of Hendrix, right? Hendrix lives, but he lives as this vibration. And only Lex can can manifest this vibration, okay? So this is how religion starts, excuse your audience who are religious. I'm actually a practicing Catholic, so this is how religion starts. They start with, first off, a contact experience. Not all of them, but a good portion of them. Some person has an experience that's transcendent, sacred to them. And they go and they tell other people. And then those people tell other people. And then something gets written about it, okay? And then it becomes, because it's a charismatic movement, people become affected by it. And if too many people are affected by it, an institution steps in and tries to control the narrative. So this is what you call the beginning of a religion or a myth, a very powerful myth. And so it's almost like a star, right? A star is born. Yeah.
When you say institution, do you mean some other organization that's already powerful for someone to become overpowered by this new movement?
Yes, absolutely.
Is this usually governments?
It's usually, yeah. So I have a couple examples. So I use the example of the Christian church in my book because I'm most familiar with the history of Christianity. And, Christianity
no water up here.
It was started by this Jewish man. And it was a movement that, he was a very powerful, charismatic person. Other people believed in him, and then his followers talked about him. And then usually early Christians
might be enough water, might not.
300s were generally people who were disenfranchised because he had a pretty radical idea that humans should have dignity, and this was pretty radical during that time. So women who didn't have dignity and slaves who didn't have dignity at the time converted to Christianity in droves. And so what happened was that all of a sudden it became this belief system that was undercurrent. And then Constantine, who was had an experience and made Christianity the state religion. By that time, there were different forms of Christianity, probably hundreds of them, well, most likely. And Constantine and the people who were powerful with him decided that their idea, this is the Council of Nicaea now, decided that there was one form, and they called it universal. So the one form of Christianity, and this should be it. So they kind of took out all the other denominations of Christianity in different forms. So you can see that a very, very powerful set of beliefs put a culture on fire, right? And so how did they had to deal with that fire somehow. And so they narrativized it. They decided, how do we interpret this? And they interpreted it as they wished, but that wasn't the only interpretation of Christianity. Another example, in the Catholic Church, a lot of times, and I'm going to use the example of Faustina. She's a nun, and she's Polish. And I think it was in the early 20th century, if not the 1800s, that she had a very powerful, many experiences actually of Jesus. And she saw Jesus with rays coming out of his heart. And basically she called this his divine mercy. And it became a devotion in Poland, and it spread. The Catholic Church was not into this at all, okay? And so they did everything they could to try to suppress Faustina's influence. which was growing and growing and growing and growing, okay? And so they were very successful in trying to keep her quiet, and she died, okay? Years later, John Paul II, Polish, sainted her and created the Divine Mercy devotion, which is worldwide now, and millions of people. But do you see how they completely control it?
So fascinating that it starts with a single, like you said, contact experience.
Yes.
Experience is the key word. Is your sense that those experiences are legitimate? So it's not
Yes. For the
somehow
most part.
artificially constructed?
Yeah. I think for the most part, they're legitimate experiences that people have. Why would someone want to put themselves through what they go through? Like, why would Jesus want to get crucified? I mean, that's a pretty nasty way to die. Why did Faustina bring this upon herself? The people that I meet who said that they've seen UFOs, that most of them don't want to be known because of the ridicule that goes along with it. So I honestly think that, there are people who are maybe not stable and would like the attention, but for the most part, normal people don't want this attention.
So you mentioned building blocks. You didn't mention the word God or sort of the afterlife. Are those essential to the myth? So there's a contact experience. Is there some other aspects of myth and religion which makes them viral, which makes them spread and captivate the imagination of people?
Yes. Is there a pattern to them? I think that for each era, it's different. And people have... First, let's talk about the definition of religion, if that's okay. Because most people assume the definitions that we in the West are familiar with, which is that, that of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, monotheistic religions. And that's not... those are just some religions. There are so many different types of religions. Some religions have no God at all. Zen Buddhism, for example, is a religion that asks you to take away your belief structures, in fact, I would call that a Kantian type religion, right? Yeah. And that it's basically telling you to get rid of your concepts of what you think about things so that you can actually have the experience, like you were talking about earlier, of the thing in itself. And they call that Satori. So there are people who believe, they try to, they call it meditation, Zen meditation. And it's fairly radical, actually. Some monasteries, but they still do this, but they'll whack you on the head if you appear to be not focusing and, that kind of thing. They do things to basically take you away from your conceptions of reality and bring you into a state of all that is, which is what they call Satori. And that has nothing to do with God.
I like this religion. Anything that involves sticks and whacking in order for you to focus better, I'm gonna have to join a monastery. So digging into definitions of religion. So what do you think is the scope that defines a religion?
Oh, okay. So in my field, we have a few different definitions of religion, as you can imagine, just like philosophers have different definitions of what is real. So I take this definition, and it comes from John Livingston, and it's religion is that set of beliefs and practices that is inspired by a transformative, what is perceived actually to be a transformative and sacred power.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. So religion is a set of, it's not just belief, it's also practices. It's both belief and practices, because you won't have practices without the belief. Yeah. So you have those together, okay? And it's inspired by what is perceived, because we don't know if it's real or not, what is perceived to be of sacred and transforming power.
So perceived by the followers,
yeah.
Or is this connected to the original sort of experience?
No, it's perceived by the followers.
That's sort of a good definition. So, and that's the governing idea, is that there's something of great power.
Yes.
Perceived to be of good power, to which you can connect yourself either emotionally or intellectually somehow in order to explore the world that is beyond your own capabilities.
Yes.
And is there communication also involved? Or
generally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great definition. Okay, so within that falls everything that we've talked about so far, including technology and alien life and so on. Do you think ultimately religion is good for human civilization? Let me maybe phrase it differently: is what's religion good for?
Okay, yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for asking that. Most people don't ask that. And I think it's the question to ask. Why do we still have religion? That's the question, right? Because scientists and others, scholars, humanists even, thought that there's this thing called the secularization thesis, and it's this idea that the more we progress rationally and we have better instruments for understanding our reality, the less religious we will be. But it's been found to be untrue. We're still very religious, okay? So why? Why is it around? Well, it's adaptive in some way, in my opinion. Many people would not agree with me, but I kind of see it as an evolutionary adaptation. Now, think about religions, okay? Think about, again, for one. Here comes this idea when you have this ruthless empire called the Roman Empire, which litters its roads with crucified bodies to let you know, don't mess with us, okay? All right. Here all of a sudden you have this guy saying, God is love, okay? All right, well that's weird, okay? So why? Why does this take off? Well, it takes off because we're becoming a colonial power. That means we're going into other countries, conquering them. We are, how do we survive together as cultures that don't clash? Well, we have to have a belief structure that allows us to, and I think religions function that way, frankly.
So religions help us from Richard Dawkins' meme idea. It allows us to explore a space of ideas, and that in itself is the
I don't think religion is still necessary.
Religion is a powerful tool for us to explore ideas.
Yes, because if I believe that I have souls.
Do they?
Yes, they do. Okay.
Wow. We're trying to figure that out. Well, I still, in terms of souls, do believe cats don't have souls, but we'll never be able to confirm that.
Maybe if we get better instruments. The soul instrument. You need to come up with that one, please.
Damn. For cats. Got some fucking
not just for cats,
juice
but for
when
all
I was
animals
downstairs.
And people
Just walked downstairs to clean that fucking brush off and didn't bring anything to drink up
find out what's the status of their soul.
That's funny. I hope we'll become a scientific discipline of consciousness, and consciousness is in some sense connected to maybe what the meaning of the word soul used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a fascinating question, like what is consciousness and so on, that maybe we'll touch on in a little bit. But yeah, anyway, back to our...
Religions being adaptive. I think that Christianity probably helped us become better people to each other as we moved into a more global society. And it goes along with my book, which is basically making the argument that belief in non-human intelligence, or ETs, or UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, is a new form of religion.
And how does that work with the scientific method? Do you think there's always this role of religion as being, in its broad definition, religion as being a complement to our sort of very rigorous empirical pursuit of understanding reality? Well, there's always going to be this coupling. Will always redefine new eras of civilization of what that religion actually looks like. So you talk about technology and so on being the modern set of religious beliefs around that. Is religion always going to kind of cover the space of things we can't quite understand with science yet, but we still want to be thinking about?
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a great question. When you say religion, I would use the word religiosity because I think that we're moving out of the dogmatic types of religions into more of I hate to put it this way, but an X-Files type religion where we can say, I want to believe, or the truth is out there, right. But we don't know that it's out there, or we don't know yet what it is, but we know it's out there. So there's this kind of built-in capacity for belief in something that we don't have evidence for yet, and that's a sport of faith. So I would say yes to that question, absolutely. I think it's adaptive in that way. We're moving into a new, I mean, heck, we've already moved into this culture. Most people have not caught up with it yet. I see that in the school systems, you know, and I think that I'm hoping we can catch up fast, because really it's moving faster than we are.
So I mentioned to you offline that I'm finishing up on the rise and fall of the Third Reich. I'm not sure if you have anything in your exploration interesting to say, but the use of religion by dictators, or the lack of the use of religion by dictators, whether we're talking about Stalin, which is mostly secular. I apologize if I'm historically incorrect on this, but I believe it's secular. And Hitler, I think there's some controversy about how much religion played a role in his own personal life and in general, in terms of influencing the using it to manipulate
Why not even touch
the public.
That one little drip?
But definitely the church played a role. Do you have a sense of the use of religion by governments to control the populations? By dictators, for example? Or is that
I was
outside
going to
of
start the
your
underpainting now, but
little
what I think I may
explorations
do is...
as a religious scholar?
It's not outside
I may actually just clean my
frame,
palette off
absolutely not.
and
I
get
think
ready
that
for the
it's
underpainting
done routinely.
and take a little break.
Propaganda is
Say
done
just
routinely. Especially,
go play some video
there's nothing
games or
more
something,
powerful
grab
than
something else to
religion
eat or something,
to
I
get
don't know.
people to act, I think. My mother's Jewish, and my father is Roman Catholic, okay, from Irish extraction. And so both members, both great-grandparents came here undressed because they would be, what would you call it? There was an active genocide on both sides being done by other cultures, okay? So on the one hand, obviously we know about the Holocaust, okay? So they came, the great-grandparents came here to avoid that, and they made it. On the other hand, there was an English genocide, we just have to say it, the Irish, it was called a famine, but it wasn't one. It was a staged thing. And so millions of Irish left Ireland on coffin ships, is what they called them, because they usually wouldn't get here. Mine happened to get here. Okay, so that's the context that I'm coming from. So in each case, for one thing, Irish weren't considered, you know, Catholics weren't considered, they were considered to be terrible. And there was a lot of anti-Catholic rhetoric here in the United States, which is kind of strange, because in fact, the most wealthy colonial family were the Carrolls in Maryland, and they were Catholic. So when you look at the United States, at our history, and you see the separation of church and state, do you want to know where that came from? That came from those guys. They convinced George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. I mean, they couldn't vote, yet they have their names on the Constitution. Not a strange contradiction. So here you can see how, you know, propaganda works. There was anti-Catholic propaganda, there was anti-Jewish propaganda, and a lot of it was that, you know, these people weren't human. They weren't human beings. Another thing I'd like to say is that when the Irish did come here, they were indentured, a lot of times indentured servants. But that's terminology. What is an indentured servant? Pretty much.
So in that sense, religion can be used
derogatorily.
Derogatorily as a useful grouping mechanism of saying this is the other.
And you know, it's powerful too, because behind it is a force of you know, what people contend to be sacred, a sacred force, right? So you know, it's up to God to, you know, decide who's, you know, so you have to go along with what God says, of course. Well, that's basically, that's not the contact event. You know, the contact event is usually some type of very specific, legitimate event that a person has with something that is non-human or considered divine. But when religions become narrativized, I would call it, by different institutions. That's when you're in danger of getting propaganda.
Nietzsche, one of your favorite philosophers, he said famously, one of the many famous things he said is that God is dead.
Yes.
What do you think he meant? Do you think he was right?
Okay, good. I love this question. No one asks me about Nietzsche. And I love Nietzsche. Okay, so first, actually, I do think, and I could be corrected and probably will be in all the comments.
Yeah.
Well, first, Nietzsche, it's true, wasn't the first to say God is dead. I think Hegel said it, okay? No one reads Hegel. He's like so difficult to read that it's impossible.
Same with Heidegger, as you mentioned.
I love him, but yeah, he's really hard to read. So Nietzsche is basically saying God is dead. And let me give you the context for him saying that. He also said this. He said there was only one Christian, and he died on the cross. Okay? So he despised Christianity. And he said that...
And the people who practice it.
Absolutely. Yeah, but again, he believed in Jesus. And he believed Jesus was... He didn't believe he was divinity. He believed Jesus was a good man. And he died on the cross. Okay.
So he believed in the morality.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Yeah, he did. And Nietzsche basically was making a historical statement about God is dead. He said, and he was right. He was basically saying that in the century in which he lived, I think in 1900. Again, I could be wrong about that, so I just want to say that. I believe he died in 1900. Okay, so writing in the 1800s. And he's basically saying, God is dead and we killed him. Okay, so he's making a historical statement that at that point in time, with science just kind of getting better and industrialization happening, the idea of this thing beyond what we know as material reality is dead. So the substrate of Western civilization is dead. That's what Nietzsche is saying, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And he basically says, with that comes the Übermensch, okay, which is the superhuman. And he says there aren't many of them. He says, but they're going to come. And he also talks about the philosophers of the future. And he's speaking and writing to them, is my belief. So he's basically telling you and me, because we're now the philosophers of his future, yeah, he's basically telling us, this is what's happening now, and look what it has done. He says now everything is possible, all manner of temporal evil, because no one has the belief in God anymore. The belief that there is an afterlife. You asked about an afterlife. So this kind of belief in a morality comes this belief, you can have morals without God. Okay, people do. But what Christianity is this idea that you will reap what you sow. So if people don't believe that anymore, what will happen? And so that's what he's basically saying, is that the basic anchor for Western society is now gone.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely right.
But then again, what do you think if we run back to life and he read American Cosmic, your book, and he tweeted about it, writing a review maybe for the, I don't know what they post, for New York Times. He'd be an editorial writer with a blue check mark on Twitter. What do you think he would say about this idea that you present that's a grander idea of religion? And,
like religiosity, like this new form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that kind of reverse the idea that God is dead?
I was able to save that little bit of
because it would bring up this idea of external intelligences that are not human, which is basically a lot of religions talk about that, right? There are bodhisattvas, there are angels, there are demons, there's all these types of non-human intelligences that religion makes space for. So what I'm basically saying in American Cosmic is these new things are within the realm of UFOs and UAPs. So I think Nietzsche would say that that's a progressive adaptation of religion, is what I would hope he would say. Nietzsche, however, predictable, I think. I couldn't predict him. So I would say that it would be my hope that he would say this is an accurate of a move into a new type of religion. And it's adaptive, therefore progressive.
he would probably be comfortable reading a book by a brilliant female professor.
Who happens also to be short. I don't know if you read that.
No.
He said some pretty nasty things about short women.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Nietzsche, he should be canceled. No, please don't cancel Nietzsche. You have to take people in the context of their time. Although I'm pretty sure in his time he was also an asshole.
He was.
But assholes are people too. Okay.
Just bad ones.
You wrote the book American Cosmic, UFOs, Religion, Technology. What was the goal of writing this book? What, maybe we'll mention it, we have already mentioned it many times, but in this little space of a conversation, can you say maybe what is the key insight you found that lingers with you to this day from the process, the long process of putting this book together?
Sure. Just like with my book on purgatory, I went into the research thinking that it would be something that it was entirely not. It ended up being something completely different. And I think that's good. I think that people who do research are very excited actually when their research surprises them. Mm-hmm. So I was happily surprised by my purgatory book to learn that it was a place, and so I went into the cosmic being a non-believer in UFOs entirely, and I came out being sick. Okay.
All right, my bad, guys. I'm procrastinating. I started getting on social media. I'm kind of listening to this, and I'm on the phone. Let me get my ass about here.
Open to the mysteries of.
That was a good conversation you're having, because she's a philosopher and PhD, and she still believes in God. That's so weird, and really was trying to get this dry so I can turn the heater off. All right, that's nice and dry. That one little watermark didn't damage anything too much. So the canvas is completely prepped now. Sketch, outline, toned, and the next step is to put down the first layer of paint, or the underpainting, and that's when it'll start coming to life. So I'm gonna set this back up on the easel. Put that up there like so. And when we come back, that's the next thing when we come back. I can never say it enough, guys. You already know how much I appreciate y'all jumping in the stream and basically keeping me company and entertained while I'm in the studio. Had a couple of new viewers in here. If you guys are still in here, thanks for popping in. Hope you guys did subscribe to the channel. Like I said, I try to keep this thing going in and day out. I don't do much else but paint. And the company, the comments, the questions, everything is always greatly welcome, and makes my day go by faster. And I hope everyone else in the stream got something good out of the conversations. If they didn't participate, at least they got to hear some good conversations. And we watched this piece start to come to life. So whoever was in this stream this morning, if you stick with me for the next couple of weeks, you will see the entire process of this piece right here. So from beginning to end, we got it well underway. In our next session, we'll start slapping some paint on it. Hope you guys have a good rest of the day. It's already 4 o'clock, but I hope you guys have a good evening. And if I don't see you anymore today, I'll catch you guys first thing in the morning. Peace. Until next time.